Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order, and I hope everybody had a good rest last night after the reception hosted by the Executive Secretary and the Vice Foreign Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand last night. Before we start with the deliberations, I would like to turn to the matter of elections to the four Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology. I wish to remind delegations that the elections will be held in Conference Room 1 on the same floor from 11 to 1 o'clock p.m. The elections will be held in accordance with the relevant rules of procedures of the Commission, in particular Rule 41 and the Rules of Procedure of the Economic and Social Council, in particular Rule 70. In filling out the ballot papers, representatives are requested to tick a box next to the names of the candidates that are printed on the ballot papers. Members may note for as many candidates as they wish. If a candidate contains a notation other than a vote in favor of an eligible candidate, the notation will be disregarded. Blank ballot papers will be considered abstentions. It is very important that the intention of the voter is very clear. Therefore, if a mistake is made in filling out a ballot paper, delegation should request a new ballot paper from the Secretariat. No photography will be allowed during the balloting. Results of the elections will be announced on Friday, 19th of May, 2023 under Agenda Item 8, Other Matters. Let us now continue our deliberations under Agenda Item 2A on the themes of the 79th session, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. Before we continue with country statements, we will hear some reflections on the theme from two keynote speakers. First, Mr. Simon Steele, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, has prepared a recorded message to help set the scene for our deliberations this morning. May I invite the conference room officer to play that video.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, we are now midway between COPs 27 and 28, where we will need the world to come together and deliver a solutions-oriented result, getting us on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. We all know how urgent it is to take accelerated, ambitious action now to prevent climate chaos by reducing emissions and building resilience. COP28 is where this will all come together. At COP28, we will take stock of our pledges to limit emissions and how we are implementing them. We know we are way off course, and the global stocktake is the opportunity to course correct, because instead of a pathway where emissions halve by 2030 and hit net zero by mid-century, we're seeing record emissions and temperatures. How we respond to that global stocktake will determine whether we can stabilize the faster cuts in emissions, a transformation in our societies and economies. So I ask all the ministers here, think of the most ambitious emissions outcomes you can promise in Dubai. Deliver it and more at COP28. Your region has the power to help us keep the world on track to the goals of the Paris Agreement and the Convention. At the same time, we know how extreme weather from climate change can wash away years of development. You cannot build prosperity while ignoring climate change. Climate action and development are the two sides of the sustainable development goal. And we must invest in adaptation to deal with the climate change impacts we cannot prevent. COP28 will finalize what a global goal on adaptation will look like. We know that addressing climate impacts is location specific, and this group can play a vital role in coordinating adaptation action across the region. Working across boundaries to harness synergies, removing barriers to funding, you can rely on the expertise and convening power of the UNFCCC to support you. We must scale up adaptation and integrate it into development. National adaptation plans are the main UNFCCC's instrument to integrate systematic adaptation into development strategy. The UNFCCC can work with you, including capacity building for developing countries and LDCs. Only 9 countries from the Asia Pacific have submitted national adaptation plans. I urge the rest of you to work with us to develop them. We must also invest in supporting countries where adaptation comes too late, where funding falls short. COP28 will set up new funding arrangements and a fund for loss and damage. I urge you all to push for just loss and damage arrangements which are fit for purpose, alongside robust emissions and adaptation outcomes that will give us the ambitious, action-oriented COP we all need. I thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the video message from Professor Petteri Talas, Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization.
Greetings from the World Meteorological Organization, the specialized agency of the United Nations on weather, climate and water. We are privileged to speak at the 79th session of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. First, I would like to say something about the current state of climate. From mountain peaks to ocean depths, climate change continued its advance in 2022, as recently revealed in the state of the global climate for last year. Droughts, floods, heat waves affected communities in every continent and cost many billions of dollars. Antarctic sea ice fell to its lowest extent on record, and the melting of some European glaciers was literally off the charts. For example, here in Switzerland, we lost 6.2% of the glacier mass last summer. The report also shows the planetary scale changes on land, in the ocean, and in the atmosphere caused by record levels of heat-trapping greenhouse gases. For global temperature, the years 2015-2022 were the 8 warmest years on record, despite of the cooling impact of La Niña during the past 3 years. Melting of glaciers and sea level rise, which again reached record levels in 2022, will continue up to thousands of years. So unfortunately, we have lost that game due to very high concentration of carbon dioxide. While greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise and the climate continues to change, populations worldwide continue to be gravely impacted by extreme weather and climate events. For example, in 2022, continuous drought in East Africa, record-breaking rainfall in Pakistan, and record-breaking heat waves in China and Europe affected tens of millions, drove food insecurity, boosted mass migration, and cost billions of dollars in loss and damage. Then a few words about early warnings for all initiative, our major initiative. However, collaboration amongst the UN agencies has proven to be very effective in addressing humanitarian impacts induced by extreme weather and climate events, especially in reducing associated mortality and economic losses. The United Nations Early Warnings for All initiative aims to fill existing capacity gap to ensure that every person on Earth is covered by early warning services. Now only half of countries have such services in place. At the moment, 100 countries need those services, and we have to improve the situation. Achieving this ambitious task requires improvement of observing networks, investments in early warning, hydrological and climate service capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to inform you that co-led by WMO, the United Nations Early Warnings for All global initiative to ensure that everyone on Earth is protected by early warnings by the end of 2027 is being fast-tracked into action on the ground. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres announced the Executive Action Plan for Early Warning Services for All initiative at the meeting of Government of United Nations organization leaders, financing agencies, big tech companies, and the private sector during the World Leaders Summit at the UN climate change negotiations at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt on 7th of November last year. The estimated new targeted investments of $3.1 billion over the 5 years would be used to advance the 4 key multi-hazard early warning system pillars. Firstly, disaster risk knowledge about $374 million, systematically collect the data and undertake risk assessment on hazards and vulnerabilities. Secondly, observations and forecasting about 1.18 billion to develop hazard monitoring and early warning services. And thirdly, preparedness and response of the order of 1 billion build national and community response capabilities. And finally, as a fourth pillar, dissemination and communication about $550 million to communicate risk information so that it reaches all who need it and is understandable and usable. The plan identifies key areas for advancing universal disaster risk knowledge and outlines the priority actions required to achieve this, building on the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. It prioritizes the top technical actions required to enhance capacity to detect hazards, close the observations gap, and advance global forecast data processing systems and data exchange, optimizing international efforts. The plan indicates how key foundational financing mechanisms will be scaled up to support the achievement of the goal, including a new framework developed by Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems Cruise Initiative and Green Climate Fund and the operationalization of the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, SOF. The plan also calls for increased coherence and alignment of existing and planned investments from international financing institutions, utilizing the partnership of climate finance institutions. The plan recognizes existing successful bilateral funds for early warnings and calls for an acceleration of these mechanisms. Tracking process, informing decision-making and measuring success are all key to ensuring effective implementation, and so plans are outlined to develop an objective early warnings for all maturity index in advance of COP28. Finally, dear participants, WMO looks forward to continued cooperation with ESCAP and its member states in advancing progress on sustainable development goals by accelerating climate action in Asia and in the Pacific. The side event themed disaster will be held later today with support of the UN ESCAP, UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, the World Meteorological Organization, the Asian Disaster Preparedness Center, International Telecommunication Union, and International Federation of Red Cross and Red the croissant societies, and I welcome you to join. With that, I look forward to fruitful discussions and wish you all happy and safe conference. Thank you for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you. That concludes the keynote speeches for this morning. Before we move on to country deliberations on the theme topic, may I call upon the Secretary of the Commission to make some housekeeping announcements.
Thank you, Chair, and a very good morning to all distinguished delegates. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, please allow me to provide some information regarding the conduct of the session for delegations attending online and about Zoom, the e-conference platform that we're using today. We also welcome participants joining us via YouTube. We had a test run last week, and I hope most of you were able to attend. We also have sent to all delegates a user guide with instructions for using Zoom. To select the preferred language, the interpretation icon with drop-down menu is available on the lower right-hand side of your screen. When you want to make an intervention, kindly click the raise hand button. Your virtual hand will appear on your name. And when the chair calls upon you to take the floor, please click unmute and start video and deliver your intervention. Your video will be spotlighted on the screen. Once you have completed your intervention, kindly click mute microphone and stop video. For technical issues related to Zoom, kindly click the chat icon available on the lower middle of your screen and type your message there. Our technician will assist you shortly. The Secretary will be that all substantive questions and interventions be raised through your delegation by the raise hand button only. And finally, to prevent echoes and interference, please ensure that the language you selected to listen is the same as the language you selected to speak while taking the floor. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the Secretariat. I will now open the floor for country statements. I would like to urge all speakers to adhere to the time limit of 3 minutes to ensure that we can hear from all those participating. I also would like to remind delegations that in case of a longer statement, you may only deliver the summary version and provide the Secretariat with the full statement for sharing through the Commission website. Based on the requests received, the Secretariat has prepared a tentative list of speakers. In order to maintain order and for delegations to be ready to take the floor, when I call on the speaker, I will announce the 2 delegations next in line. Delegations in the room called upon to speak would speak from the podium, while delegations online would need to click the raise button on Zoom. Is this clear to all delegations? If so, I now open the floor for country statements. The first speaker is the Honorable Seve Painiu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, to be followed by the delegation from Palau, and then to be followed by the delegation from Cambodia. Honorable Seve Painiu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, Talofa and good morning all. I make 6 observations. First, climate change is a matter of national security and survival for Tuvalu. For a low-lying atoll nation like Tuvalu, with an average elevation of just 2 meters above sea level, it makes Tuvalu one of the few and most extremely vulnerable countries in the world. Climate change and sea level rise is a matter of our national security. It is a matter of life and death, a matter of survival. For our country, our sovereignty, our heritage, and our identity. My second point, one-size-fits-all cliché cannot apply equally to all countries. Each small island state is unique, so there must be tailor-made solutions. For example, nature-based solutions does not necessarily work in Tuvalu. There needs to be a harmonization of planning instruments to mainstream climate change into development. We heard about the NAPS from the Executive Secretary of the UNFCCC. But we need to avoid the confusion in these instruments when they are used to translate the NAPS into capital investment plans and the use of the so-called multi-hazard risk assessment, the multi-criteria assessment. Because for a small island state such as mine, the financial cost-benefit analysis, the return of investment criteria cannot be the sole criterion used to translate those national plans into investment plans. And therefore, the socio-economic benefits of the intervention should supersede those conventional financial viability considerations. Tuvalu recognizes the work in progress by the United Nations on the Multiple Vulnerability Index, which does recognize these vulnerability factors. Thirdly, adaptation must be priority over mitigation as far as Tuvalu is concerned. The only means to save Tuvalu is to build more land and build upward, a raised land reclamation. Tuvalu has a long-term adaptation vision, which is a climate resilient development program, which is an integration of development such as airports, ports, water and food security, energy, waste, and residential homes. It, however, requires innovative engineering and innovative financing solutions, of which we are developing a strategy for each dimension. My fourth point, access to climate finance is critical. It needed to be scale up, climate finance, speed up, and it must streamline access procedures. It must come as either grant or concessional finance rather than credit and debt financing. It must be new and additional finance, not a reallocation of existing climate finance. And we have heard yesterday morning the remarks by Professor Sachs. I quote, "Finance must be based on need and at scale and must be concessional," unquote. My fifth point, a call to review the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. We need to redesign the global financial architecture, and these are in the words of Professor Sachs yesterday, to align the funding modalities to the need at scale and must be concessional. Of interest is the Asian Development Bank transforming itself as the Asia Pacific Climate Bank. It is of interest how the World Bank and the IMF will transform their financial institutions accordingly. And of course, the new loss and damage fund under the UNFCCC. My final point, Tuvalu calls for a special funding window for SIDS, particularly for low-lying atoll nations, that offers these special features: flexibility, responsive to need, at scale, speed up, and must be concessional. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Seve Paniu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, for your statement. The next speaker is the Honorable Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau, to be followed by the representative from Cambodia and to be followed by the representative from Bangladesh. Honorable Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairs. Excellencies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen. Ali, I bring greetings from Palau. I'm honored to address this distinguished gathering and to share perspectives from Palau towards accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. I hope that at this point in time, we can now all accept that climate change is happening as we speak and fully recognize the position of small island states at the forefront of this crisis. This climate crisis is rapidly turning into a humanitarian crisis. In Palau, extreme storms continue to destroy crops, homes, and critical infrastructure. Sea level rise is persistently eroding away our coastlines and inundating our low-lying croplands. Droughts have caused water shortage that impacted daily living. Increasing sea surface temperatures and acidity are impacting our reefs that are essential for food security and the main attractions of our marine-based economy. The COVID pandemic and the associated disruption to global travel drove our tourism industry to a standstill. While the recovery and growth pre-pandemic level is anticipated to be slow, it presents an opportunity to rethink and redefine our growth within our island context. Growth that is inclusive, reflects the development aspiration of our people, translates to better quality of life, and aligns meaningfully to our shared global development goals. We are seeking to balance protection with sustainable use of our resources to build blue, greener economics is at the crux of our very expansive goal to address climate change impact in Palau. Fisheries, aquaculture, and oceans are critical to our food security. Palau and its neighbor are ocean-based economies as well as ocean-based cultures. Climate change hurts the core of our identity. Threats to our fisheries are threats to global food security. Palau is urgently calling on providers of climate finance to mobilize and scale up investments in strengthening sustainable fisheries as adaptations to climate change. Palau needs transformed climate financing to support transformed food systems. Adaptation financing must be as expansive as climate threats are and include the full spectrum of our human existence. Commercialization and stronger market connections will drive increased production of resilient harvest by diverse and socially inclusive small-scale producers. Market-based solutions must be considered valid adaptations. Finally, Excellencies, Palauan people, culture, and livelihoods are inseparable from the land and ocean around us. This intimate link between people and nature was at the heart of our island culture and remains so even today, despite increasing globalization. The triple threat of climate change, COVID, and global conflict has demonstrated our vulnerabilities as island communities and reminded us that the resilience of our people depends on the resilience of our land and sea. And inaction is not an option. Thank you. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau, for your statement. The next Senior Minister President of the NC ESCAP and first Vice President of Cambodia Mine Action and Victim Assistance, to be followed by Bangladesh and to be followed by Vanuatu. His Excellency Mr. Lee Tut, Senior Minister President and of Cambodia Mine Action and Victim Assistance, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Cambodian delegation, it is my pleasure and honor to address you today on Cambodia's experience and commitment in accelerating climate action in Cambodia and beyond for sustainable development, which is the theme of the 79th session of the Commission this year. There is no doubt that climate change is the defining issues of our time. Again and again, we see the devastating effects of heat-trapping greenhouse gases on our planet and people, especially across Asia and the Pacific. In just the past 12 months, there has been historically devastating floods in Pakistan, extreme drought in the People's Republic of China, and intense typhoons in the Philippines. These disasters and others like them have impacted hundreds of millions of vulnerable people. Our children and their offspring's life are under threat of suffering from the impact of climate crisis long after our time. Their lives and livelihoods will irreversibly change. Madam Chair, Cambodia too is no stranger to the ill effects of climate change and remains one of the most climate vulnerable nations in the world. From uneven rainfall that affects rice yields to extreme temperatures that hamper workers' productivity, to flooding and drought that overwhelm infrastructure, climate change is impacting Cambodia's economy and social development. This was the case for just a few months ago, when flooding across the country led to a tragic loss of lives and the displacement of thousands of people, while also damaging and destroying infrastructure. Madam Chair, honorable delegates, despite the challenges we face, Cambodia is committed to taking bold steps to address climate change and promote sustainable development. We have set ambitious targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase the use of renewable energy sources, and promote sustainable and resilient urbanization. First, at the global level, Cambodia is among the very first members of the least developed country group to submit the country's long-term strategy for carbon neutrality to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This is a highly significant step for a developing country like Cambodia, reflecting our national commitments to multilateral action on climate change. As announced by the Prime Minister of Cambodia during the 2020 United Nations Climate Ambition Summit, this is yet another testament to our consistent, strong commitment and political will to address climate change. At the national level, Cambodia has developed its national determined contribution under the Paris Agreement. The national determined contribution includes targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 27% by 2030, relative to a business as usual scenario. These targets are ambitious, but achievable with strong commitment and action from all stakeholders. In addition to our national commitment, Cambodia is also taking action at the subnational level. We have established climate change technical working groups in every province and municipality across the country. These groups are responsible for identifying and implementing climate adaptation and mitigation measures such as reforestation, sustainable urbanization, and water resource management. Madam Chair, Cambodia is also working towards building a climate resilient economy. We have developed a national adaptation plan to guide our efforts in providing climate resilience across all sectors of the economy. We are improving our agricultural techniques, expanding our transportation infrastructure, and promoting sustainable tourism practices. Madam Chair, honorable delegates, Cambodia is also investing in renewable energy sources to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. We have set a target to increase the share of renewable energy to 70% by 2050. This will not only help us to reduce the carbon footprint, but also to increase access to electricity in rural areas. One of the major successes in the promotion of clean and renewable energy in Cambodia has been the development of solar power microgrid. These microgrids have been particularly effective in improving access to electricity for remote households, schools, and health centers. In addition, Cambodia has made significant progress in increasing the share of hydropower energy in its overall energy mix. Hydropower currently accounts for over 40% of the country's total electricity generation, and several new hydroelectric dams are under construction or planned for the near future. In conclusion, Cambodia is committed to accelerating climate action for sustainable development. We recognize the urgent need to address climate change and its impacts on our people and our economy. We invite all our partners and stakeholders from around the globe to join us in our efforts to build a more sustainable and resilient future for all. Madam Chair, allow me to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation for the special support received from ESCAP. Yesterday, we co-hosted with ESCAP a side event, the Mining for Sustainable Development. As you know, Cambodia is a country that has long suffered from internal and external conflicts, which has resulted in millions of landmines and epicenters of war littered indiscriminately throughout the country. To support this ambitious vision, Cambodia is aiming toward a mine-free by 2025. To support this ambitious vision, Cambodia needs a national policy that will serve as a guidance to effectively implement this particular strategy. I am honored and grateful once again that ESCAP has extended its funding support to develop this national policy. More importantly, the policy will embed mine actions into Cambodia's broader sustainable development agendas. In conclusion, Madam Chair, may I conclude by expressing my strong hope for strengthened multilateralism with the United Nations at the core to galvanize international solidarity for the global community to succeed in accelerating climate action for sustainable development, advancing peace and shared prosperity. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Lee Tuch, Senior Minister and President of NC ESCAP, First Vice President of Cambodia Mine Action Victim Assist, for your statement. The next on the list is Ms. Sharifa Khan, Secretary of the Economic Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh, to be followed by Vanuatu and to be followed by New Zealand. Ms. Sharifa Khan, Secretary of Economic Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, respected representatives, distinguished delegates from different countries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning to you all from Bangladesh. I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak before the distinguished audience at this 79th session of ESCAP. I therefore like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to ESCAP for organizing this very important event with a view to mitigating the climate vulnerability in this region. Excellencies, climate change poses major challenges to all aspects of sustainable development in Asia and Pacific. Most of the countries of the region are extremely vulnerable to climate impacts and are insufficiently prepared to face extreme weather events and natural disasters which are growing in intensity and frequency that are already mentioned by our previous colleagues. If we cannot minimize this vulnerability, we all will suffer and our economic life will be jeopardized. Ladies and gentlemen, you all know that Bangladesh is going to be graduated from the least developed countries by 2026. Climate change is a major hindrance in realizing our long-term development vision. Despite being one of the lowest carbon emitter, Bangladesh is one of the most vulnerable countries in the world. Climate change has emerged as one of the biggest threats to sustainable development in Bangladesh by posing a severe risk for rural incomes, food security, commodity exports, including fish and other aquaculture elements, huge losses in agricultural products and livelihood, water and health sector, and pushing people in more vulnerability. Distinguished audience, Bangladesh has adopted a wide range of plans and programs to tackle the impact of climate change. These include Bangladesh Delta Plan 2021-100 and 5-year plan, and we are also committed to fulfill our climate-related targets in the SDG. We have prepared our climate fiscal framework, and which has been operationalized to help identify the demand and supply sides of climate fiscal funds. Bangladesh has already submitted its nationally determined contributions and national adaptation plan to UNFCCC to reduce greenhouse gas emission by following a carbon development pathway. We targeted to reach zero carbon emission by 2050. As a member country of Climate Vulnerable Forum, Bangladesh has prepared a comprehensive Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, a plan for 2022 to 2041, a strategic investment framework to mobilize financing through international cooperation to implement the climate resilient investment. Bangladesh has also established Climate Change Trust Fund to help vulnerable communities to recover and become resilient to climate change. I humbly request the international community through ESCAP to come forward to ensure their commitment in financing for implementation, the adaptation and mitigation plans and program of which climate vulnerable countries. I also urge all of you to make GCF and GEF more user-friendly, avoiding complex climate compliance process so that it is really accessible for the vulnerable countries to mitigate their real demand. You know that UNESCO has conducted a study titled Race to Net Zero Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and Pacific, sets out the transformation needed in three key areas: energy, low carbon mobility, logistic and international trade and investment, towards a net zero carbon future in the support of the sustainable development. I urge all members, especially the developed nations, to move forward with more technical, financial, and management support and cooperation to mitigate the climate vulnerabilities. We need to build regional frameworks and partnership on green power corridors, low carbon transport, and a low carbon and climate smart transition, and collaborate on policies for climate smart trade and investment. I hope all the members of UNESCO will work together to provide a pivotal role and take coordinated climate actions to build a sustainable and resilient future. I thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Sharifa Khan, Secretary of the Economic Relations Division of the Ministry of Finance of Bangladesh, for your statement. The next speaker is Mr. Sylvain Kalkasa, the head of the United Nations Division of the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Vanuatu, to be followed by New Zealand and to be followed by Timor-Leste. Mr. Sylvain Kalkasa, head of the UN Division Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Vanuatu. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Allow me at the outset to congratulate you, Madam Fikita Witokomanu, on your election as chair of the 79th Commission session. Vanuatu has full confidence in your leadership as you steer the Commission through the challenges of the next 12 months. Vanuatu highly appreciates the theme topic of this year's Commission session, Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. As Vanuatu faces growing and existential threats, and as we lead a range of international action-oriented initiatives. As we mark the midpoint of implementing the 17 SDGs of the 2030 Agenda, we must acknowledge the scientific evidence that the Asia-Pacific region is experiencing more frequent and destructive climate-induced disasters, making the theme of this 79th session timely and necessary. Just weeks ago, Vanuatu was pummeled by 2 Category 4 cyclones within 48 hours of each other. Never had our small island nation experienced back-to-back cyclones impacting more than half our population. We did not cause this devastation, yet we bear the brunt of the resulting loss and damage. With insufficient greenhouse gas reduction and expansion of fossil fuel production and pledges of climate finance from developed country parties unmet, it is clear that the Asia-Pacific region has a difficult period ahead, reversing multiple years of hard-won development gains. Vanuatu aims to be a leader in accelerating climate action at the same time as we respond and recover from the climate crisis in our islands. We revised and enhanced our NDC to reconfirm the 100% renewable electricity target by 2030, while at the same time making 132 adaptation commitments and 12 commitments specifically addressing loss and damage. If one of the most vulnerable and one of the least contributors to greenhouse gas emissions in the world can rise to this level of ambition, so too can all others to keep us below 1.5 degrees Celsius. As COP negotiations continue to delay adequate responses, Vanuatu successfully and in partnership with 131 co-sponsoring nations saw a United Nations General Assembly resolution adopted by consensus, which has now kickstarted a legal process at the UN International Court of Justice to determine state obligations and responsibilities on climate action. All states here are invited to make submissions to the court by the 20 October 2023 deadline. Where existing international law is not yet sufficiently clear or not fit for purpose to keep us below 1.5 degrees Celsius, Vanuatu is working to accelerate change. We invite you to join us as we push towards criminalizing ecocide, the widespread, long-term, and severe destruction of the natural environment under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. You are also welcome to join Vanuatu, Tuvalu, Tonga, Fiji, Niue, Solomon Islands, and others in the Pacific and beyond, calling for the development of a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty that will finally address a just and equitable transition away from the source of the climate emergency, oil, gas, and coal. In summary, Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, and Excellencies, you can be assured that in Vanuatu, you have a strong ally in accelerating climate action in the Asia-Pacific region and in the world. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you, Mr. Sylvain Karsaka, Head of the UN Division of the Department of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Vanuatu, for your statement. The next on the list is His Excellency Jonathan Kings, New Zealand Ambassador to Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos PDR, to be followed by Timor-Leste, and to be followed by Islamic Republic of Iran. His Excellency Mr. Jonathan Kings, New Zealand's ambassador to Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos PDR, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are particularly pleased to participate in the 79th session of ESCAP, which focuses on a topic of vital importance to Aotearoa New Zealand and the broader Asia-Pacific region. The urgency of accelerating climate action couldn't be more front of mind for New Zealand as we respond to the ongoing impacts of the recent Cyclone Gabrielle, an unprecedented weather event for New Zealand, which is expected to become the costliest non-earthquake natural disaster in our history. The devastating impacts that extreme weather events like Cyclone Gabrielle can have on infrastructure, industry, and most importantly, people, will be all too familiar for many representatives in this room, including from the Pacific region, where the consequences of a changing climate pose a continued and growing existential threat. With these realities at front of our mind, Aotearoa New Zealand wishes to reiterate our commitment to taking urgent, bold, and enduring action in the fight against climate change and to limiting temperature increases to below 1.5 degrees Celsius. In order to meet this challenge, New Zealand has set ambitious targets, including targeting a 50% reduction of net emissions below our 2005 levels by 2030. We recognise that achieving these goals will require significant effort and a transformation of our economy. To this end, on this very day last year, New Zealand published our first emissions reduction plan, which sets out a transition pathway towards these goals and towards a productive, sustainable and inclusive economy. Domestic action to reduce emissions alone will not be enough, however. Without coordinated action and shared commitments by all countries, individual efforts alone will not be sufficient to address the scale of the challenge we collectively face. Nor will it address the uneven impacts that climate change has and will continue to have on our most vulnerable communities, particularly those in Pacific Island countries and other small island developing states. Ensuring developing countries have adequate access to climate finance to reduce emissions and adapt to impacts is vital to ensuring we are successful in addressing this challenge and to ensuring the most vulnerable are protected and supported in the process. In late 2021, Aotearoa New Zealand quadrupled our previous climate finance commitment, pledging $1.3 billion in climate finance over 4 years to support developing countries and communities in the Asia-Pacific region to reduce risks, capture opportunities, and build intergenerational climate resilience. While this is a substantial commitment for Aotearoa New Zealand, we recognise that this will only go a small way to addressing the financing needs required for meaningful action across our region. We are committed to working with partners and agencies from across the region to identify and champion mutually supportive trade and climate agendas, coordinate our efforts, and amplify our collective impact. We look forward to working collaboratively with our partners from across Asia and the Pacific to build a sustainable future for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Jonathan Kings, New Zealand's ambassador to Thailand, Cambodia, and Laos PDR, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Juvencio Martins, Timor-Leste ambassador, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, and representative to ESCAP, to be followed by the Islamic Republic of Iran and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency Juvencio Martins, Timor-Leste ambassador and representative to ESCAP, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. As one of the least developed countries and small island developing states, Timor-Leste has been experiencing massive floods droughts, landslides, fire hazards, and extreme weather events. These climate change impacts lead to decrease in agriculture production, food insecurity, water shortage, destruction of infrastructures, loss of human life, as well as human displacement. Both slow onset event and extreme events have caused many losses and damages in the country. For the extreme weather event, Timor-Leste was hit by the tropical cyclone Seroja on 4th April 2021 with massive floods and landslides across the country, causing loss of human lives and losses of properties that are yet to be recovered. It was reported that 47 people lost their lives. 31,926 households were severely affected. 5,352 houses were damaged, and the country lost its public infrastructures at the amount of $225 million. On the other hand, we have limited financial and technological capacity to quickly recover and rebuild in a sufficient manner. On slow onset event, Timor-Leste has experienced in drought and sea level rise. In fact, sea level in the country has been raised about 5.5 millimeters per year. This catastrophe has damaged coastal infrastructure, coastal water quality, and ecosystems. Since the country has limited financial capacity to address real losses and damages caused by the impacts of climate change, it is indicated that Timor-Leste is very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. This vulnerability can be seen from economic, social, and environmental point of view. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although having limited capacity, Timor-Leste has been taking some climate actions for increasing our resilience. The country has formulated the National Climate Change Policy in 2022, which has been seen as a policy guidance for taking further actions and adaptation and mitigations. For adaptation, we have formulated our National Adaptation Plan, and the document has been submitted to the Secretariat of the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change in 2020 in order to get financial and technological support for international and bilateral cooperations, including from the Green Climate Fund and Global Environmental Facility under the UNFCCC. Some of the adaptation priorities under the National Adaptation Plan have been implemented by different agencies and entities in the country. However, it is still not enough. Therefore, under the leadership of ESCAP, we would like to call on ASEAN partners and countries to provide support needed to fully implement our adaptation priorities under the National Adaptation Plan. In addition, the country has updated, and submitted its National Determined Contribution, NDC, to the UNFCCC in November 2022, which covers adaptation and mitigation. On mitigation aspect, the priorities have been given to renewable energy technology and forest conservation. The government has allocated state budget for purchasing solar panel for the communities who are away from the national electricity line. However, these actions are still far from our expectation. In this regard, we would like to seek bilateral and regional cooperation in the Asia-Pacific region to assist us in providing renewable energy technology for addressing mitigation of greenhouse gas emissions, but at the same time increase energy supply for our communities. Last but not least, we need to have urgent and long-term capacity building in the area of climate change, including enabling young people to continue their study on climate change-related sectors. As such, we call on regional Asia-Pacific cooperation to provide all necessary assistance for this critical area of capacity building. I thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Juvencio Martins, Timor-Leste's Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and representative to ESCAP for his statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Syed Reza Nabakti, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Islamic Republic of Iran to Thailand, to be followed by the United Kingdom and Great Britain, and to be followed by Azerbaijan. His Excellency Mr. Syed Reza Nabakti, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Islamic Republic of Iran to Thailand, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, I have the honor to present the point of view of the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran regarding the 79th Commission session. Madam Chair, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Your Excellency for presiding the chair of the 79th Commission session. I assure you of the all full cooperation of my delegation. I would also like to seize the opportunity to express my gratitude to the ESCAP Secretariat and appreciate its essential role in organizing this important session. Addressing the theme of accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, the Islamic Republic of Iran highly values the important role that ESCAP could play in achieving sustainable development goals and full realization of the potential of all nations throughout the region. We are of the view that multilateralism coupled with regional cooperation constitutes the very essence of this session and should be regarded as one of the key enablers the development and central elements in supporting Asia and Pacific nations' effort to thrive and prosper. Madam Chair, our region in post-pandemic situation is suffering from the consequences of divergence and incoherence, such as the lack of means and sources for financing development and unequal economic recovery between the countries. In this regard, we must not falter in our resolve to tackle these challenges based upon the very principle of right to development and sustainable financing and investment for prosperity of all. Excellencies, the promises made in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development are in peril. The negative impact of inequality are becoming more prevalent, and the gap between developed and developing countries is being widened. In order to overcome this situation and realize the sustainable development goals, we all need to address and pay due attention to the obstacles impairing national and international endeavors. In the meantime, in spite of the detrimental effects of restrictive measures against the Iranian nation, my country has made remarkable progress in implementing sustainable development components. In this respect, we have done a lot, but we are reminded that much more could have been done if, in the absence of the illegitimate unilateral coercive measures, which are contrary to the international law, United Nations Chapter, and humanitarian principles in particular, and prevent nations of their inherent rights, deprives governments of means essential for fulfilling SDGs and hinder international cooperation in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, emphasizing the common but differentiated responsibilities, we reiterate that the environment in our region is a single and interrelated ecosystem and should be protected by multilateral, intergovernmental, and regional cooperation aligned with national programs. The environmental problems, including the land degradation, water crisis, desertification, and finally, the terrible phenomena of sand and dust storms in the east of Asia and other parts of the region have become a huge and serious human crisis. Sand and dust storms have particularly deprived some affected countries from clear air and oxygen and have threatened the right to life and the right to health and have had a detrimental impact on economic and social life of nations in this region and beyond. In this regard, and with reiterating the adverse effects of severe and long-standing drought and implication of the climate change in the shape of sands and dust storm, we emphasize on the high significance of the timely and complete implementation of regional plan of action on sand and dust storm in Asia and the Pacific adopted during the 78th session of ESCAP. Furthermore, and in this regard, we recall the regional ministerial meeting on environmental cooperation for a better future held on 12 July 2022 in Tehran and its importance in strengthening regional and interregional collaboration to mitigate the negative effects of climate change, including sand and dust storms, desertification, and water scarcity. Madam Chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran, despite facing illegitimate unilateral sanctions as well as UCMs, is holding the ESCAP Asia and Pacific Center for Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, and has transferred more than $6 million as well as considerable in-kind contributions, including the premises of the center. The center established in 2018 and has already taken effective measures and provided valuable services in enhancing disaster information and knowledge management and promoting regional cooperation to reduce the risk and negative impact of disasters. We are of the hope that with the valuable support by the member states and Secretariat, the APDIM could be able to serve more than before the interests of all the people and the countries in the region in the field of disaster reduction and resilience. Madam Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished guests. Due to the challenges mentioned above, developing countries urgently need the required financial and technical support from international institutions and United Nations agencies. In this crisis, in these critical conditions, more than ever, a renewed commitment to global cooperations for resolving the development issues and comprehensively address the shared ideas and concerns raised are urgently needed. And thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, His Excellency Mr. Saeed Reza Nabakti, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Islamic Republic of Iran to Thailand. The next speaker is Ms. Alicia Forsyth, Deputy Director for Climate Strategy and Cooperation of the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, to be followed by the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Bangkok. Ms. Alicia Forsyth, Deputy Director for Climate Strategy and Cooperation, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to meet this body with so many distinguished members and experts. The UK is deeply committed to the Indo-Pacific region. It is critical to our economy, our security, and our values. That is why we are proud to be an ASEAN dialogue partner, to have joined the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and to be deepening our bilateral, political, economic, and security relations across the region. A core tenet to the UK's approach in the Indo-Pacific will to be support the vision shared by many regional partners in this room for a free, open, and prosperous Indo-Pacific. UN ESCAP and its Secretariat are important partners in this work. Madam Chair, in the Asia-Pacific region, climate action, the theme of this session, could not be more important. Let me be frank, the climate crisis is existential to all of us. The IPCC has clearly warned us that the window of time we have left to act is closing fast, and we must urgently reduce emissions and adapt to climate impacts. As we have heard time and again this morning, climate change is already wreaking havoc in the Asia-Pacific region. Ecosystems are being irreversibly destroyed, people are being forced to move from their homes, and both food and water insecurity have increased. We must also note that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is hitting the poorest people hardest, including regarding energy and food security. To meet the challenge of climate change, we must all take action. The UK will maintain the high ambition set by the Glasgow Climate Pact. We will lead and galvanise a collective global effort to keep 1.5 degree target alive. We will support the most vulnerable to adapt and build resilience to the effects of climate change. And we will protect nature and biodiversity as we agreed through the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. UN ESCAP and its members' actions will be vital in the Asia-Pacific region. The UK is demonstrating its long-term partnership in Asia-Pacific through practical steps. To support mitigation efforts, we recently completed the successful ASEAN Low Carbon Energy Programme, working alongside our Asia-Pacific partners to support their transitions towards low-carbon energy. To assist in strengthening adaptation, over the next 7 years, we are committed to spending more than £270 million. Done in partnership with the regions, this will help to build resilience of economies and vulnerable communities to climate change and improve the natural environment across South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. And the UK has committed to £126 million to scale up the Transforming Energy Access platform to reach 25 million people with improved clean energy access by 2026. This will create 170,000 long-term green jobs, building clean, sustainable growth and supporting clean energy access technology in Africa and Asia Pacific. Madam Chair, our collective success depends on international cooperation. The UK will be a responsible partner to UN ESCAP and will work with all in the spirit of cooperation to address the common challenges of our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Ms. Alicia Forsyth, Deputy Director for Climate Strategy and Cooperation from the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, for your statement. The next speaker is Mr. Hassan Mamadou, Third Secretary, Economic Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to be followed by the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Bangkok, and to be followed by the representative of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building in Asia. Mr. Hassan Mamadou, Third Secretary of the Economic Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan. You have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, more than ever before, ambitious and urgent global response is required now to address the confluence of multiple crises. We are confident that the 79th session of ESCAP will make its due contribution to the consolidation of joint efforts, strengthening solidarity, cooperation, multilateralism, and highlighting the central position of UN system in the Asia-Pacific region. As one of the most pressing elements of the recent global polycrisis, climate change poses serious threats for the future of life and necessitates prompt actions before the consequences are irreversible. We are confident that the concept of green growth is a crucial pathway for all countries to reduce emissions and reverse global warming. The green transition is identified as one of 5 priority areas of development agenda of the Republic of Azerbaijan, notwithstanding the fact that the traditional energy sector plays a vital role in our economy. The Republic of Azerbaijan contributes only 0.15% of the global greenhouse gas emissions. However, we have set a target to reduce these emissions by 35% by 2030 and 40% by 2050 as a contribution to global climate change mitigation efforts. Meantime, we aim to increase the share of renewable energy sources in Azerbaijan's total installed electricity capacity from the current 17% to 30% by 2030. The elaboration of the National Adaptation Plan of our government is underway. The updated NDC document, envisaging the mentioned goals and some new ambitious targets, is expected to be submitted to the Secretariat of UNFCCC before this year's COP28. It is noteworthy that we are currently undertaking the large-scale post-conflict rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reintegration of the liberated territories. These activities are based on the climate-friendly, environmentally clean technologies, smart and green approaches. We have also announced a new ambitious goal to transform these liberated territories into a net zero zone by 2050. The establishment of Green Energy Zone and implementation of other innovative initiatives in the liberated territories will altogether contribute to the overall mitigation and adaptation efforts, both regionally and globally, and will transform these territories into one of the green regions. Distinguished delegates, this year, Azerbaijan runs chairmanship in the UN Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia, which is focused on enhancing digitalization and connectivity under the theme of transforming the SPECA region into a connectivity hub with global outreach. Azerbaijan is planning to host the first ever SPECA summit this year. With strong overall support of the ESCAP and the UN Economic Commission for Europe, we are convinced that our chairmanship will be able to enhance cooperation and encourage result-oriented dialogue on advancing connectivity within SPECA. Azerbaijan will also host the Clean Energy Center of the Economic Cooperation Organization, which is a promising element of the global network of regional sustainable energy centers of UNIDO. We look forward to potential partnerships with regional and global organizations to support the activities of this center. Strengthening international cooperation and multilateralism has also been high on the agenda of the Azerbaijani chairmanship of the non-aligned movement, which has been at the forefront of global efforts to mitigate the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a reliable partner, Azerbaijan will continue its utmost efforts towards stronger cooperation with ESCAP to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan Mamadou, Third Secretary in Economic Cooperation, Department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, for your statement. The next speaker is Mr. Lee Seung-yoon, the Director of the Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Bangkok, to be followed by the representative of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, and to be followed by the representative of the International Federation of Red Cross and the Red Crescent Societies. Mr. Lee Seung-yoon, Director of Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Bangkok. You have the floor.
Madam Chairman, Executive Secretary, and distinguished delegates. Hong Kong, China considers today's agenda highly relevant as we need faster and bolder climate actions for sustainable development. As an active participant in global efforts to combat climate change, Hong Kong, China are among the earliest places in Asia taking actions. Our carbon emissions have reduced by about 27%. Hong Kong, China has also laid down ambitious decarbonization targets in support of a net zero carbon future. And our strategies and actions are set out in the Climate Action Plan 2050. We strive to reduce the total carbon emissions from the 2005 level by half before 2035 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2050. To achieve this, we adopted a four-pronged approach. First, net zero electricity generation before 2050. By 2035, we will cease using coal for electricity generation and increase the share of renewable energy in the fuel mix for electricity generation by 7.5% and that of zero carbon energy by about 60%. Second, energy saving and green buildings. We aim to cut by 2050 the electricity consumption of commercial buildings by 30% and that of residential buildings by 20% from the 2015 level. Third, green transport. We announced in 2021 a roadmap to promote the adoption of EVs and their supporting facilities, and will cease the new registration of fuel-propelled and hybrid private cars by 2035, and test out hydrogen fuel cell, electric buses, and heavy vehicles within this year. Finally, waste reduction. We announced in 2021 a waste blueprint. Among others, we strive to develop adequate waste-to-energy facilities by 2035. We also plan to implement municipal solid waste charging and regulate plastic products. Our medium-term target is to reduce the per capita municipal solid waste disposal by 40% and raise the recovery rate to about 55%. Meanwhile, as an international financial center, Hong Kong, China is well placed to develop into a green finance hub for green enterprises and projects. As of January this year, we have issued around $13 billion for green bonds under the government's Green Bond Program. Separately, we have allocated about $50 million to support research and development projects. Looking ahead, Hong Kong, China looks forward to collaboration in Asia and the Pacific, including cities in the Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau Greater Bay Area, to jointly accelerate climate actions. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Xiong Yuan, the Director of Hong Kong Economic and Trade Office in Bangkok, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Ambassador Kairat Saribay, the Secretary General of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, to be followed by the representative from the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and to be followed by the representative of Soroptimist International. His Excellency Ambassador Kairat Saribay, Secretary General of the Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. It is a great pleasure for me to take part in the current session and speak to such a representative audience. I will deliver the shorter version of my statement, and the full text you can find in the websites of ESCAP and ESCAP. The Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, or ESCAP in short, is a unique consensus-based intergovernmental platform for enhancing cooperation toward promoting peace, security, and stability in Asia. One of them is the SICA's environmental dimension that does, together with sustainable development, environment protection, and natural disaster management priority areas, contribute to the goal of transformation of SICA with an environmental perspective. Pledging the net zero carbon economy targets, SICA member states are aware of environmental sustainability. At this point, the contribution of green transformation to the goals of sustainable development is inevitable, not only from an environmental point of view, but also because it is an inclusive movement from energy sector, transportation, industry, and all consumers. Various seminars, workshops, and online trainings are given as the SICA environmental dimension. Topics generally focused on the green transformation, current problems of the region, circular economy, sustainable development, and risk reduction management. At the 6th SICA Summit, President of Kazakhstan, current chair of SICA, His Excellency Kasım-Jomart Tokayev, proposed holding a high-level environmental conference in Astana, the capital city of Kazakhstan, in 2024 to identify environmental issues among the SICA member states. On the path of environmental conference, series of SICA expert meetings will be held under the chair of Kazakhstan. It will be held to discuss and understand the members' environmental perspectives, current issues, mitigation and adaptation that need to be made, and to prepare the necessary outcome documents. Among the expected outcomes of the conference is also the decision to establish the SICA Environmental Council. This council can contribute to the countries towards the sustainable development goals and will ensure the synergy between the members in the green transformation process. Ladies and gentlemen, across the Asian continent, including strengthening economic, social, environmental, and other links between member states in line with the Sustainable Development Goals. Combining the efforts of international organizations, in particular SICA and ESCAP, and their member states, our joint work will objectively lead to synergy and bring impressive practical results. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ambassador Khairat Saribay, the Secretary General of SICA, for your statement. The next speaker is Ms. Catherine Clarkson, the representative of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Society to the United Nations, ESCAP, to be followed by the representative of Soroptimist International and the representative from Italy. Ms. Catherine Clarkson, the representative of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies to the UN ESCAP, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, ambassadors, and distinguished participants. On behalf of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies and our 192 member national societies, 53 of which are in the Asia-Pacific region, we welcome the focus of this Commission on accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific. As we come together here this week, we have all just lived through the hottest April month globally on record. Countries in Southeast Asia have had some of the highest temperatures ever recorded. It's not just hotter air temperatures either. If we had this session of the Commission a few weeks ago, air pollution would have dominated our conversations. Cities in Asia are regularly the most polluted in the world, and we are all suffering the effects on our health from both extreme heat and air pollution, increasing premature deaths and particularly impacting the most vulnerable in our community. Our IFRC World Disasters Report 2022, launched a few months ago, highlights the compounding effects of climate change with poverty, displacement, and the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly affecting people living in urban environments, causing an increase in the digital divide, urban violence, homelessness, and mental health issues. We need to focus our actions more at the local level to prevent and reduce disaster impacts and strengthen the resilience of communities. We urge states to strengthen community resilience through a multi-hazard approach to disasters, scaling up the use of early warning and early action systems, and focusing our efforts on those most at risk. IFRC is committed to working together with partners in the Early Warnings for All initiative. We heard the head of WMO mention in his address, saving lives by ensuring everyone can access early warning systems. We expect this initiative to bring stronger commitments and investments in early warning and early action systems, and most importantly, facilitate engagement and funding to the local level actors and communities. We need to work faster together and work with less bureaucracy. Last year, the IFRC launched our Global Climate Resilience Platform as one option to accelerate investment in early warning, early action, and scale locally led adaptation, assisting us to reach communities. As a humanitarian organisation, we are deeply concerned at the increased scale of the climate-induced crisis we are seeing and our capacity to respond to the rising needs. We're determined to act, though, and to do so together. IFRC launched the Climate and Environmental Charter for Humanitarian Organisations together with the International Committee of the Red Cross, which has now been signed by 360 organisations and 11 state supporters, a collective commitment to accelerate our own action and mobilise others to do the same. We welcome states from Asia Pacific to also support the Charter. Finally, let me seize the opportunity to warmly invite you to our side event tomorrow afternoon on climate change, air pollution and health impacts. We are committed to work together more closely with partners to accelerate climate action in Asia and the Pacific. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Catherine Clarkson, the representative of the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies to the UN ESCAP, for your statement. The next speaker is Dr. Therese Devas-Hayum, the Soroptimist International UN representative, to be followed by the representative of Italy and the representative of youth. Dr. Teresa Devas-Hayum, the representative of Soroptimist International to the UN, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you for this opportunity to make this statement on behalf of Soroptimist International. We are an international women's organization. We comprise women professional volunteers like myself. Development encompassing modernization, urbanization, and technological changes, which has led to increases in natural resource consumption, involves a delicate balance when raising standards of living. Since this is the only planet we have, we are against a ticking clock to ensure a future in which our children and grandchildren can thrive. Advocating sustainable development while enabling and empowering local communities and respecting the rights of individuals is a must. Thus, social inclusion becomes central to the global sustainable development agenda. Soroptimist International works at the ground level in 120 countries through hundreds of projects worldwide. Some have focused on empowering local communities through efforts to preserve the environment. We have projects focusing on empowering women and educating young girls about the hazards of plastic pollution. While starting off as a plastic recycling project, a microfinance enterprise in Madurai, southern India, resulted when underprivileged poor women were given subsidies to purchase plastic shredders to turn plastic bags into plastic chips, which were then converted into materials to construct roads. Soon, this project reached schools, and female students became involved in collecting plastic bags. Distinguished delegates, social inclusion must be a priority in all our efforts in climate action. Only then can we speak about a development agenda that is truly collaborative and rights-based and empowers every person, local community, and country to participate in a sustainable world. Thank you so much.
I thank Dr. Teresa Devasai Hayam for the Soroptimist International UN representative for your statement. The next speaker is Her Excellency Ms. Maria Tibodi, Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, to be followed by the youth representative and to be followed by Armenia. Her Excellency Ms. Maria Tibodi, Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you. I thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand and the UN Under Secretary General and ESCAP Executive Secretary for gathering so many countries together today to discuss on issues of common interest. Italy attaches the utmost importance to the cooperation with the Asia-Pacific region, as our implementation document of the EU strategy, the Indo-Pacific, proves. UNSCAPE is one of the most inclusive platforms for regional dialogue, and we appreciate its key role, the implementation of the UN 2030 agenda by fostering regional resilience, promoting an inclusive and green economy, handling the consequences of natural disaster and the reduction of inequalities, tackling fund security and promoting humans' empowerment. $3.6 trillion are necessary every year to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal, a growing figure due to consequence of COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine. To this end, Italy has committed itself to allocate 0.7% of gross national income to ODA, the Official Development Assistance. We also work to enhance the capacity of Asian and Pacific countries to address disaster resilience and implement early warning mechanisms. As ASEAN development partner, we hosting 3 capacity building initiatives operated by the Italian Civil Protection Department together with our avant-garde scientific and technical center dealing with disaster risk management. As dialogue partner of PIEF, Italy is committed to reinforcing resilience and the adaptation to climate change for the most vulnerable Pacific islands. In 2019, we hosting the IDS director in charge of civil protection for high-level training, and last year you focused on enhancing the negotiation capacity of diplomats from the Blue Continent. It is the same spirit that we support the precious work on UNSCAPE. In 2022, we contributed with €260,000 to the multi-donor trust fund for tsunami, disaster, and climate preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Excellency Ms. Maria Tibodi, Undersecretary of State of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Italy for her statement. The next speaker is Ms. Prim Rajashurang Wongkrasai Mongkol, the APFSD Youth Representative, to be followed by the representative of Armenia. Ms. Prim Rajashurang, AFPSD Youth Representative, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, youth advocates, ladies and gentlemen, we are representing youth across the Asia and the Pacific, and accelerating climate action in Asia-Pacific should leave no one behind. Climate change is the biggest challenge of the humanity, and we cannot live without nature. As we have been in this commission, countries have awareness on climate change. It is now the time for action. Youth are here to say that we must come together to protect our world, to protect our planet, to protect our health. And to be healthy, we must have a healthy planet. We, the youth, want to see a tangible result. We want you to commit on climate agenda and build climate policies that really work and have transparency on your work. Climate change is putting our survival at the stake. The awareness we have, the action that we have taken is clearly not enough. Climate change such as global warming, temperature exponentially rising, and extreme weather in every country, in every region. We must take action, but in a smarter way, in a new way. Don't turn a blind eye on climate issue. A net zero carbon is not just a number. Carbon dioxide is the vital sign. Please take action now, collaborate together, and use technology to accelerate all our actions. There's no time to lose. It is not only about the future generation, it's about us, all of us. We of us here, women, indigenous people, people with disabilities, LGBTQI+, elderly, and we are the stakeholders. During the climate change, there will be no normal life again. Let's consider the way we think, the way we act, and utilizing the truly sustainable solutions for our country, our region, our world, our home, and our life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Prim Rajashurang, for your statement. I now, the next statement is will be delivered by His Excellency Mr. Vahram Kasoyan, the Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Armenia to ESCAP. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Executive Secretary, Honorable Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I congratulate you, Honorable Chair, upon your election and the Vice Chair of the session, and wish you successful work during this week. The 79th session of the UN ESCAP offers a good opportunity to reflect upon the achievements, existing challenges, and renew collective efforts to get back on track towards the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals on all levels. The 2030 Agenda remains at the center of the United Nations efforts in leading effective post-COVID recovery, achieving harmony between economic growth and the environment, and building peaceful and inclusive societies. As we approach the midpoint of the decade of action, with the urgency of meaningful progress towards achieving the SDGs cannot be overestimated. With the devastating socio-economic impacts of COVID-19, conflicts, energy crisis, and climate change, this is going to be a challenging task. Armenia values its cooperation with the UN ESCAP in sustainable development, including green economy, environmental management, innovation, and digital transformation through overcoming structural challenges and addressing vulnerabilities. As a landlocked, middle-income country with limited resources, Armenia faces complex development challenges which require a tailored, people-centered approach to unlock the economic potential of the society. Over the past few years, my government has been taking active measures to synchronize the SDGs with Armenia's national priorities and reform agenda by incorporating them into the national strategies. Devastating consequences of the existing global challenges have undermined Armenia's progress on implementation of SDGs, being further exacerbated by Azerbaijan's large-scale aggression against Nagorno-Karabakh in 2020 amidst the COVID pandemic and continuing since then unprovoked acts of aggression towards the sovereign territory of the Republic of Armenia, causing thousands of casualties, mass displacements, and destruction of critical infrastructure. The illegal blockade of the Lachin corridor by Azerbaijan that continues for the 5th month has resulted in evolving humanitarian and environmental crisis. Despite the international community's calls to restore the unimpeded movement of people and goods alongside the humanitarian lifeline, despite the order of the International Court of Justice, Azerbaijan continues the inhumane siege, depriving the population of Nagorno-Karabakh of their rights to life, healthcare, food, and freedom of movement. Moreover, with the start of agricultural season, the Azerbaijan military deliberately targets the civilians conducting agricultural works in an attempt to create unbearable conditions for life. Despite above challenges, Armenia remains determined to continue its path to implementing ambitious reforms aimed at overcoming structural challenges and addressing all the vulnerabilities. Based on the World Bank analysis, Armenia is the 4th most at-risk country in the Eastern Europe and Central Asian region when it comes to the impact of climate change. The country has experienced 1.3 degree Celsius increase in temperature and a 9% decrease in precipitation. But despite all of that, Armenia is committed to increasing its climate ambition and integration to the global agenda on climate change. In 2021, Armenia declared the goal of reducing its greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030. Transitioning to climate neutrality is a critical part of Armenia's energy policy, energy security, and green growth policies. Acknowledging the importance of this transition, we have established an ambitious objective to achieve climate neutrality in the second half of the century. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, let me reaffirm Armenia's full commitment to effective multilateral cooperation for development. We look forward to working with all of our partners to identify measures to be taken to accelerate implementation of 2030 Agenda and SDGs at all levels. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Mr. Varam Kasoyan, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of Armenia to ESCAP for his statement. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. In this connection, I would like to remind all delegations that statements in exercise of the right of reply are limited to 3 minutes for the first intervention and 2 minutes for the second intervention. I now give the floor to the representative of Azerbaijan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We would like to exercise our right of reply in response to the statement by the representative of Armenia. It was actually Azerbaijan which was suffering from the results of the almost 3 decades long occupation of Armenia. During this occupation of the territories of Azerbaijan, along with numerous atrocity crimes, the total ethnic cleansing of these territories, and the destruction and looting of Azerbaijani cultural and historical heritage, and hundreds of cities, towns, and villages there, Armenia caused widespread, long-term, and severe damage to the environment of my country. Armenia neglected and mismanaged water infrastructure, provoking a humanitarian crisis as Azerbaijanis living in areas adjacent to the formerly occupied territories were deliberately denied access to potable water and water for agricultural purposes. In its April 2022 report, the UNEP Environmental Scoping Mission to the conflict-affected territories of Azerbaijan noted in particular that, quote, "It appears that mining and quarrying operations were generally conducted with inadequate environmental oversight and supervision, including a lack of effluent treatment and site rehabilitation," unquote. UNEP also documented evidence of in-stream quarrying of gravel and sand, which is one of the most aggressive and destructive forms of quarrying. These aggressive and unsustainable measures predictably resulted in the chemical pollution of water, soil, and biota. Despite the, there can be no durable peace if the environment that sustains livelihoods is destroyed, polluted, and barbarically exploited. It is crucial to protect the environment and ensure the provision of safe water in peacetime and during war, and to cooperate to combat environmental crimes and the illegal exploitation of natural resources. Thank you.
I now give the floor to the representative of Armenia.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, allow me to use my right of reply to the statement just made by the Azerbaijan representative and to put a few things right on track, because as far as anybody from the international community remembers, Armenia has never occupied any territories from anyone, and it was the legal right of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh to self-determination that was expressed freely, democratically, according to Constitution in 1988, and as a result, 1998, sorry, and which was responded by aggression, massacres, genocide from the Azerbaijani authorities in the cities of Baku, Kiroabad, Sumgait, and elsewhere, which resulted in a catastrophic results both to the population and to the environment. Allow me to remind also Azerbaijani representative that it was Azerbaijan that used cluster ammunitions, cluster bombs, phosphorus bombs, burning all of the territory of the Nagorno-Karabakh Republic and damaging infrastructure, damaging environment, as well as damaging lives, health, and health of the population of Nagorno-Karabakh. As regarding to the environmental situation, all of the mining was done by the government of the Republic of Nagorno-Karabakh, together with international corporations, together with international companies, according to every single rule of internationally accepted norms for mining. Thank you.
I now call on the representative of Azerbaijan for a second intervention.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to recall that what the representative of Armenia erroneously called Nagorno-Karabakh is the internationally recognized sovereign territory of Azerbaijan, which was under Armenia's occupation for nearly 30 years. That was consistently reaffirmed in Security Council resolutions 822, 853, 874, and 884. The legal name of this area of Azerbaijan is now the Karabakh Economic Region, or in its shortened equivalent, the Karabakh region. If Armenia genuinely respects to the international law, it must be aware that only geographical names established by legitimate and competent national authorities in relation to their sovereign territory must be recognized and used in the organization. The respect to the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states is an absolute imperative. Armenia's claims of closure or blockade of the Armenian nationals living in the Karabakh region is simply false. There is neither blockade nor impediment whatsoever or shortages of food or medicine. The regime for the movement of persons, vehicles, and cargo along the road remains unchanged, with Azerbaijan guaranteeing the security in accordance with November 2020 trilateral statement. Residents, ambulances, humanitarian convoys, and the International Committee of the Red Cross continue using the road to the Karabakh region without any restrictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I now call on the representative of Armenia for a second intervention.
Thank you, Chair. Let me just remind you that Nagorno-Karabakh, or as we call it, Artsakh, has been only part of Azerbaijan since 1921 as a result of Bolshevik communist decision of Caucasus leadership that it was transferred to the region of Azerbaijan from Armenia. Before that and after that, even before Azerbaijan's independence, Nagorno-Karabakh Republic has never been part of Azerbaijan. Regarding the resolutions of the United Nations Security Council, let me remind also that they call upon all parties to refrain from fighting, all parties being Azerbaijan Republic and Nagorno-Karabakh Republic, and Armenian side to use its good offices to convince and to reach peace, which Armenia did together with the intermediators in 1994, reaching a ceasefire, which was signed between Azerbaijan, then Azerbaijani authorities, and leadership of Nagorno-Karabakh Republic. Armenian side just co-signed the agreement. Regarding the Lachin corridor closure, which is a full violation of the November 9, 2020 declaration signed by the leaders of Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Russian Federation. Azerbaijan is in full violation of this declaration. And allow me to inform also the August Assembly that even the delegation of ICRC has been caught in this blockade, and ICRC delegation that has left from Armenia in order to transfer several patients from hospitals into hospitals in Armenia are stuck in Stepanakert and cannot move from outside Nagorno-Karabakh due to the blockade and due to the reclusions of the Azerbaijani authorities. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes the exercise of right of reply for the delegations. This brings us to the end of our deliberations this morning. Just before we break, may I call on the Secretary of the Commission to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chair. A reminder to all delegations that are yet to cast their vote for the Governing Council of the Asian and Pacific Center for Transfer of Technology, APCTT, that the elections are taking place as we speak, and members can cast their vote until 13 hours Bangkok time in Conference Room 1. The results will be announced on Friday, 19 May, under Agenda Item 8, Other Matters. I would also like to remind delegations that today there will be a number of side events hosted by our member states and partner organizations. The side events for today are shown on the screen and are listed also on the Commission website. These side events are open to all participants of the Commission, and most of them are held in hybrid format, and participants can also join online. We encourage all participants to attend these events, and the details are available on the website. Lastly, I'm pleased to inform all delegates that this afternoon, just before the start of deliberations under Agenda Item 2B, there will be the signing ceremony of a Memorandum of Understanding between the ESCAP Secretariat and the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat. The signing will take place at 13:50 hours here in the ESCAP Hall, and we invite all participants to be present. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Secretariat. At this time, we shall break and reconvene this afternoon at 13:50 hours, 10 to 2, Bangkok time sharp, for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the ESCAP Secretariat and the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, and they pursue the discussions under Agenda Item 2B. The meeting is adjourned.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon and a warm welcome to the signing ceremony of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific. ESCAP attaches a great importance to partnerships, and this marks an important milestone in the long-standing partnership between the two entities. It is now my honor to invite Mr. Henry Puna, Secretary General of the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat, and the Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Armida Salsiah Alisjabana, to the stage to sign the Memorandum of Understanding between ESCAP and the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. Thank you, Your Excellencies. May I now invite Mr. Henry Puna to deliver his remarks.
Your Excellency, UN Under-Secretary General and ESCAP Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Salsiah Alisjabana. Pacific ministers who are present here today, Excellencies, senior officials, friends. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. This, for us, is an auspicious moment. The Memorandum of Understanding initialed a few minutes ago between the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific strengthens a global partnership spanning 3 decades. We at the Forum Secretariat are absolutely excited about this new arrangement and welcome the impact and benefits this agreement brings to our people of Asia and of the Pacific. We look forward to working closely with ESCAP in the years ahead, bringing the best out of our 2 organizations to the fore. Together, I am confident we can deliver better. ESCAP's international experience, technical and other resources are well placed to support our common priorities, such as the implementation of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Excellency, to mark this renewed commitment to our strengthened collaboration, I am pleased to note that you have already accepted an invitation from the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat to visit our part of the world and to deliver the keynote address at our Forum Economic Ministers meeting in Fiji in August. We look forward to welcoming you to our part of the world and wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puna. I would now like to invite Ms. Alisjabana to deliver her remarks.
Yes, Excellency, Mr. Henry Puna, Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, Excellencies, distinguished delegates that are present here, it is indeed my great honor and privilege for me to have this opportunity to sign the MOU between ESCAP and the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat. ESCAP and PIPS have shared values and vision, again, for our people, planet, to promote sustainable development for all, especially in the Pacific. We have engaged in our common platforms over the past decades to advance the development of our Pacific people and to amplify their voices. Of particular focus is accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Samoa Pathway and its successor, as well as the 2050 Strategy for the Blue Pacific Continent. Again, in these very challenging times, we are very much committed to advancing Pacific countries in alignment with its regional architecture. Through this MOU, we reaffirm this partnership with principles for cooperation and mutually beneficial cooperation. We will continue to maximize our respective strengths, comparative advantages to complement each other's, strategic work to focus in particular, as it's been again highlighted in the MOU, which are promote, implement, and monitor SDGs in the Pacific. strengthen climate change action and resilient development, improve social inclusion and equity, as well as increase regional economic and trade cooperation opportunities in the Pacific. And I'm confident that our normative and analytical as well as capacity development work complements very much with PIF's programs. Our strategic partnership is particularly relevant in elevating our again collaboration with the Pacific. As the Regional Economic and Social Commission, ESCAP stands ready to further collaborate, assist in the implementation of the Pacific Leaders Vision as articulated in the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. Again, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to express our deep appreciation and gratitude to you for your commitment and leadership in strengthening collaboration between ESCAP and PIPs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. I would now like to invite you and Mr. Puna to please sign the MOU. If I may, I would now like to invite you to rise from your seats for a photo opportunity. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, with this, we conclude the signing ceremony. Please remain in your seats and the plenary will begin shortly. Thank you.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the meeting is called to order. We shall now pursue our deliberations under Agenda Item 2B, Strengthening Sub-Regional Cooperation. The documents pertaining to this agenda item are ESCAP/79/3, containing the report of the Governing Council of the Special Program for the Economies of Central Asia on its 17th session, and ESCAP/79/4 on sub-regional cooperation to accelerate climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development. The consideration of this agenda item will start with opening remarks by the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Saucia Alisbana, and facilitated by a dialogue with sub-regional organizations from across the region. I will then open the floor for brief country interventions. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Saucia Alisabana, to deliver her remarks on the importance of partnerships and to set the scene for the dialogue.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the session on strengthening sub-regional cooperation with the participation of 10 intergovernmental and multi-sectoral organizations in Asia and the Pacific. As no country, sub-region, or region can overcome climate emergencies on its own, cooperation and partnership are central to climate action. The impacts are evident: new levels of poverty, cost of living crisis, and elevated health risks. 2023 marks a turning point in tackling the climate crisis with the Secretary General's Climate Ambition Summit in September to turn ambitions into reality. Today, the principles of network and inclusive multilateralism remain at the heart or at the center of our engagement. May I take this opportunity to bring to your attention a few selected climate action-related initiatives over the past year. In the Pacific, we have strengthened our collaboration with the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, as evidenced by the MOU that we just signed today. In recent years, the Secretariat of Pacific Regional Environment Program, the Pacific Community and University of the South Pacific have been engaging meaningfully. We are committed to supporting the implementation of the 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent adopted in July 2022. We are also joining forces in the preparation of the final Pacific Regional Review of the Samoa Pathway, a regional framework on climate mobility, and the quadrennial report of the Pacific Roadmap for Sustainable Development. In East and Northeast Asia, we have been working together with the TCS, or the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, to focus on specific pathways to achieve carbon neutrality in the energy and transport sectors. We are also engaging closely with the GTI, or the Greater Tumen Initiative, on building the capacity of member states on policies and regulatory framework to increase renewable energy uptake in the power sector. The second International Forum on Low Carbon Cities in 2022 demonstrated city-level leadership under the Northeast Asian Sub-Regional Program for Environmental Cooperation to achieve low carbon and resilient development. In North and Central Asia, we've been partnering with the Eurasian Economic Commission, or EEC, the Economic Cooperation Organization, or ECO, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or SCO, to ensure coordinated approaches to address climate risks within the framework of the 2030 Agenda and the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs, or the landlocked developing countries. ESCAP and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization signed an MOU in September 2022 at the sideline of SCO Summit in Samarkand to promote ICT, disaster risk reduction, sustainable transport and energy connectivity, among other key priorities. ECE and ESCAP, ECE, our sister organization in Europe, and ESCAP also provides support for the SPECA thematic working groups, assisting member states in environment and climate-friendly development. In South and Southwest Asia, we have been fostering sub-regional cooperation through the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, or SARC, and the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, or BIMSTEC, in capacity building opportunities in trade, disaster risk management, and cross-border connectivity. Regional Climate Outlook Forums, the Typhoon Committee, and the Panel on Tropical Cyclones established by ESCAP and the WMO have enhanced partnership. Collaboration with the Regional Integrated Multi-Hazard Early Warning System continues, or the RIMES. Yeah? The Asia-Pacific Disaster Resilience Network, established by ESCAP, integrates multi-hazard early warning system to raise understanding of cascading risks from the disaster climate health nexus. The Asia-Pacific Risk and Resilience Portal is expanding analytical knowledge among decision makers. In Southeast Asia, ESCAP engages in various work streams with ASEAN through the ASEAN Committee on Disaster Management, the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, and the ASEAN Resource Panel. There are increasing opportunities to shape systemic resilience to multi-hazard and inter-regional risks. We have enhanced our engagement with several countries on thematic bonds, as well as the promotion of foreign direct investment in sustainable development sectors like energy and transport. Yes, so this is again working closely with ASEAN. We are supporting the development of SDG 7 roadmap and sustainable transport connectivity policy. The plan of action to implement the joint declaration on the comprehensive partnership between ASEAN and the United Nations 2021-2025 and the complementarities roadmap 2020 to 2025 will continue to guide ESCAP's partnership and support to address climate change and other environmental issues. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, our engagement is essential to advance a just transition to renewable energy, carbon neutrality, climate justice, and solidarity. Yeah, so again, within the framework of sustainable development and SDGs. May I reiterate again ESCAP's commitment to continued engagement with and among sub-regional organizations. I commend your leadership and commitment and look forward to listening to your deliberations as well as recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now invite the heads of sub-regional organizations in Asia and the Pacific to outline the climate action priorities in each sub-region, highlighting the key areas of cooperation between sub-regional organizations and ESCAP, as well as identifying potential cooperation areas amongst sub-regions. First, may I invite His Excellency Mr. Henry Puna, Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellency, Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates and guests, friends, Kia ora and good afternoon. I bring you warm Pacific greetings. Let me start off by stating the obvious. The Pacific large ocean, small island developing states contribute the least to global warming. Not 1% or even half of 1%, but a mere 0.03% of total global emissions. Yet as developing island nations, our islands suffer the most climate impacts, exacerbated by our unique vulnerabilities.
and the impacts are worsening daily. It should not be surprising, therefore, that real and urgent climate action to keep global temperature increases to below 1.5 degrees Celsius is our #1 priority. In that regard, we thank those in the ESCAP family who are making efforts to reduce emissions and increase renewable energy targets. There is a huge existential incentive for you all to scale up that ambition and set mitigation targets to achieve, at the very least, net zero carbon emissions by 2050, if not earlier. Science has spoken, and the IPCC report drives home the urgency for an energy transformation and just transition to cool down our overheating planet. Our Pacific Island states continue to submit ambitious NDC targets, especially in the energy and transport sectors. There is real and ongoing effort to ensure a just transition towards renewable energy and away from fossil fuels. This work is also supported by the Regional Framework for Energy Security and Resilience in the Pacific, linked to Global SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy. As the Blue Pacific continent, we occupy 500,000 square kilometers of land and around 30 million square kilometers of ocean. Make no mistake, the ocean is us, and we are the ocean. It is our identity rooted in our ancestral stories and cultures, and today it is also the basis for much of our economic development. Fisheries account for up to 50% of some Pacific governments' revenues, and this is now under threat from ocean acidification and warming sea temperatures. We are at the crossroads when it comes to our aspirations for our economic zones, our ocean real estate, if you will. The Pacific is home to the world's biggest tuna fishery, supplying over 60% of the world tuna market. It is also home to the world's largest marine protected areas. So between world-leading conservation measures and world sustainable resource management, the Pacific also innovates and continues to prioritize high-level advocacy on safe, clean oceans and the climate-ocean nexus. Excellencies, we demand better recognition of the value of blue carbon credits as an alternative carbon credit trading instrument to reflect the real value of the Pacific being custodians of the blue Pacific Ocean. Our leaders have declared a state of climate emergency for our region, and this demands urgent action to address both the root causes and the impacts of climate change through mobilization of adequate climate finance for adaptation. The failure to adapt ahead of imminent climate impacts is pushing us into the realm of loss and damage. I venture to suggest that in some incidences, climate-induced loss and damage may be irreversible. Our Pacific Framework for Resilient Development takes an integrated approach to addressing climate and disaster risk impacts on sustainable development. One of the key goals under this framework is low carbon development, aimed at reducing fossil fuel dependency while increasing investments in renewable energy to fuel the decarbonizing of our economies. But we didn't stop there. Other regional frameworks include the Framework for Climate Security Assessment and the Regional Climate Mobility Framework. These highlight the need to focus our climate actions on people. Climate change is now a security issue for us and threatens to displace whole populations from their customary lands and homes. The recent landmark decision by the United Nations to seek an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice, spearheaded by the Pacific, is a call for climate justice. We need a legally binding international framework that establishes states' climate responsibilities, holding states accountable for their contributions to the greatest existential threat facing humanity today. We also call for the principle of user pays to be the basis for mobilizing new and additional climate finance. Allocation of climate finance should address disproportionate impacts borne by nations ravaged by a crisis they did not create. In that regard, the Pacific Small Island developing states seek all that is required for a just, equitable, and accessible financial solution that allows them to address their unique climate change issues. In closing, I want to highlight our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent because despite the crisis and the catastrophic consequences we now face, we have a vision to survive and to thrive. The Pacific in 2050 will be a region of resilience, security, and prosperity. Premised on 7 key thematic areas, including climate change and disasters, oceans and the environment, the 2050 strategy continues to connect our Pacific region to our Asia and Pacific region, to all other regions, and indeed to our world. For these values, good governance, inclusion and equity, resilience and well-being must now come into urgent focus as we act to guarantee the future of all our children, children of Asia, the children of the Pacific, and indeed the children of our one blue planet. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Puna. Next, may I invite His Excellency, Mr. Zhang Ming, Secretary General of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, to deliver his statement.
Honorable Executive Secretary and Honorable Chair and all the excellencies and representatives from all the international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm so happy to participate this 79th Commission session of ESCAP, and we will have to be pleased to deliver the speech in this session. This negative impact from climate change is a global challenge, and it threatening the sustainable development of human being. We have more than half the population of the world in this region, and is quite vulnerable to the climate change, and also the rising of the sea surface and the melting of the iceberg, and also the challenges are all the phenomena coming from climate change. We should join hands to prevent any negative impact from the climate change, and also to protect the sustainable development and also the biodiversity, to reserve the water resources and promote the low carbon technologies and inclusive social development and so on. In these areas, we have a very solid legislative framework and mechanisms and which are working properly. And as CO members believe, considering the different situation of the nations, we share the common but differentiate responsibilities for the implementation of the Paris Treaty, and also for the reduction and net zero emission. These are the quite crucial measures for the implementation of the SDGs, and also every single state has its own right to implement their own agenda of the implementation, and the developed countries has the duty to provide financial support and technology transfer and capacity buildings and all these kinds of supporting measures like this, so that to help the developing countries to build their capacities to deal with the climate change. Also, we are seeking active dialogues with international organizations to develop protection, environmental protection programs, and also for the financing and the investment in these enterprises to increase the green economic and their portion of whole economic. Ladies and gentlemen, in up to 2022, SCO has become a very important inter-regional organization, not only in Asia but also in the whole world. Is playing a very constructive role. In many areas, SCO are participating and promoting the joint efforts of international community to safeguard the common interest of all the member states and also the states in this area. Our interaction with ESCAP started since 2004. We have conducted a lot of pragmatic activities, including SCO member states intergovernmental road facilitation treaty and so on. And last year, we updated our bilateral MOU and added some new cooperation and also cooperation projects. As always, we will jointly promote the common interested cooperation and enhance the level of cooperation. Dear colleagues, we attach very big importance on the cooperation. Thank you for the communication, sharing, and also the sharing exchange of best practice. Last year, under our framework, we have enriched and with other organizations for the pragmatic cooperation and give very detailed suggestions. We wish ESCAP can summarize the suggestions from different members and also make the plan for next step. Hopefully, we can find a joining point and common ground to interpret the suggestion into actions to serve the local to people and the states in this region. I really appreciate Executive Secretary Amida Celsia Ali Shahabana and also the Madam Chair, and also for their hospitalities and arrangement for this event. Taking this opportunity, we invite you to visit our secretariat in Beijing. And as a conclusion, I wish this 79th Commission session and our dialogues be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Tenzin Lekfel, Secretary General of the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, to deliver his statement.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor for BIMSTEC to be included in this important dialogue on strengthening sub-regional cooperation on accelerating climate action in Asia and Pacific for sustainable development at the 79th session of ESCAP. BIMSTEC, the Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, is a fairly young intergovernmental organization consisting of 7 countries. 5 countries from South Asia, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, and 2 countries from Southeast Asia, Myanmar and Thailand. All our countries are considered most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. This includes environmental risks and a range of hazards such as floods, droughts, cyclones, heat waves, unpredictable rainfalls, changing monsoon patterns, and glacial lake outbursts. The region has already begun to experience many of these climate shocks. Distinguished delegates, the BIMSTEC region is a home to about 1.7 billion of the world's population. This means that 22% of the population of the world living in the BIMSTEC region are extremely vulnerable to economic loss, displacement, and diminished living conditions caused by climate change. And what makes things worse is that a considerable number of people in this region are already some of the world's poorest, and therefore extremely vulnerable. The BIMSTEC Charter, which was adopted last year on 30th of March during the 5th BIMSTEC Summit, identifies cooperation to combat climate change as one of the purposes of BIMSTEC. Moreover, recognizing the critical importance of addressing climate change collectively, the 5th Summit also approved a decision by the BIMSTEC Ministerial Meeting to make environment and climate change as one of the 7 core areas of cooperation in BIMSTEC, with Bhutan being the lead country to coordinate this cooperation. The summit also endorsed the establishment of BIMSTEC Joint Working Group for Environment and Climate Change as the key mechanism for coordination of efforts in this important sector. Distinguished delegates, it is clear that accelerating climate action is essential for sustainable development and achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. As the UN Secretary General keeps stressing, climate change is an existential challenge. The consequences would be devastating for all of us. If left unaddressed, several parts of our planet would become uninhabitable, and for many, especially in our region, it would mean a death sentence. The science is clear, and so is the common sense. But climate change challenges cannot be successfully addressed by any country on its own. Therefore, I'm grateful to the UN ESCAP for focusing on the need to strengthen sub-regional cooperation. The BIMSTEC Joint Working Group on Environment and Climate Change has started developing a BIMSTEC Plan of Action on Environment and Climate Change. And as you all know, individual countries have their own climate action plans to cut emissions and to adapt climate impacts through nationally determined contributions. However, we all know that these are not sufficient to meet the 1.5 Celsius target set out in the Paris Agreement. Yet, even to achieve the nationally determined contributions and to achieve BIMSTEC's action plan targets that are being formulated, countries need help. While BIMSTEC's very purpose enshrined in the Charter include cooperation to combat climate change, and BIMSTEC has also signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the Asian Development Bank and the International Food Policy Research Institute, which enables BIMSTEC to obtain some form of support in meeting BIMSTEC's climate-related targets that include the SDG 13 targets. This is sadly insufficient. The countries that make up the Bay of Bengal region or BIMSTEC are not only some of the most vulnerable, they also vary in the levels of state capacity for disaster relief and human security promotion. BIMSTEC may have the will, but lacks the financial capacity required to carry out the steps required to realize climate-related adaptation as well as disaster risk management. Therefore, I urge ESCAP, as well as other organizations and countries present here today, to consider ways of cooperating with BIMSTEC and supporting BIMSTEC as it sets out in drawing up its plan of action on environment and climate change. The World Bank Group, for example, has a South Asia climate roadmap that is aimed at helping the region ramp up its climate action in key transitions. I hope that similarly, international organizations would come forth to work with the Bay of Bengal countries that make up BIMSTEC, consisting of both South Asia and Southeast Asian countries, to address climate-related challenges. Strengthening sub-regional, regional, inter-regional, and international cooperation is essential to generate solutions to climate change challenges and to save our planet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lekpel. May I now invite Mr. Zephaniah Nawandra, Director General, Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, to deliver his statement.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, I start by associating myself with the comments that have been given by the Secretary General of the Pacific Island Forum as chair of the Council of Regional Organizations of the Pacific, of which SPREP is a member. I will not touch on many of the points that he has addressed, which sets the context of work that we do in the Pacific to address the key issue or existential issue of climate change. Rather, I will focus on a few key issues that SPREP is focusing on to help our region address these issues and to implement the Pacific 2050 strategy. The first issue is on continuing to build our capacity on climate science and information, and as well as in ocean science. There's an increasing need to continue to build Pacific capacity to collect, analyze, and to be able to present to our leaders this information in a way that will allow us to put in place informed and meaningful policies and actions. One of the ways that we have started to build this capacity is through the Weather Ready Pacific initiative that was recently provided with its first funding by Australia, and is something that we are looking forward to continue to resource and implement. The Weather Ready Pacific is a programmatic approach to build the capacity of our meteorological services to provide the information to our communities in the way that they can use it and absorb. Yesterday, Japan mentioned the Pacific Climate Change Center, and we are thankful to the support from Japan and Samoa that enabled us to establish the Pacific Climate Change Center in 2019. We're also grateful to the initial support by New Zealand and the new support by Australia and Japan that will allow us to continue to build this work. There are 4 pillars that we undertake through the Pacific Climate Change Center: in research, knowledge brokerage, capacity building, and the most recent that we have started to address is innovation. I note the Asia Pacific Center for Transfer and Technology here at ESCAP, and also the Asia Pacific Adaptation Network with the UNEP regional office here. And these are centers that the Pacific Climate Change Center will seek to connect with in future. In Sharm el-Sheikh, we signed a partnership with CSIRO, which is the largest scientific research organization in the Pacific region. This association with CSIRO allows us access to much of the science that is done through Australia to provide more information to help with our climate science. The last area that we are trying to build on in climate science and information is traditional knowledge. There's a lot of traditional knowledge in the Pacific and community science that needs to be integrated into the climate science and information that we make available to our leaders and policymakers. The second key area that's PrEP is assisting the region in climate ambition. We're advocating for climate ambition. The message of 1.5 to stay alive. We do this through the amplification of the Pacific voice at the Conference of the Parties and in other fora to continue to raise the need to meet our obligations under the UNFCCC. We are encouraged by the way that this helped with the loss and damage formalization at COP27. And it's something that we will continue to build on. And we thank the support from our partners in enabling us to continue to do this. Climate finance, this is an ongoing message that the Pacific continues to bring to the table, especially access to finance. SPREP was the first regional accredited entity to GCF, not only in the Pacific, not only in Asia and the Pacific, but globally. And I think the proof that there's issues is that in all that time, there's only one full project that we've been able to get through this process. It's not something that is confined to SPREP, and it's a systemic issue that I hope that the members or the parties to the GCF can help us to correct what is not working well for our members. The role of development banks. There is a move now to have national accredited entities. And I think there's a key role for development banks that we at SPREP are setting up to help to ensure that they are fully effective as accredited entities for GCF. The lessons from GCF in terms of the ongoing negotiations with loss and damage is something that we also will seek to assist with. And we will be hosting a loss and damage forum in the Pacific in July so that we prepare ourselves for the ongoing negotiations at COP28. Finally, I'd like to remind us that of what Samoa mentioned yesterday, that it's not only climate change that we need to address. There's the associated issue of waste. The Pacific is drowning under a sea of waste. And we need to ensure that what comes out of the plastic science sea process is something that addresses the most vulnerable countries in the world. And the other area is in biodiversity, where island biodiversity continues to be one of the most vulnerable. It has experienced the most losses. And we stand ready to work on the global biodiversity framework that was approved in Montreal in December. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Nawadra. May I now invite Mr. Beck Bamholm, Deputy Secretary General, Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat to deliver his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to participate in this dialogue on behalf of the Trilateral Cooperation Secretariat, founded by Japan, Korea, and China in 2011 at Seoul. I believe today's discussion will serve as a constructive platform for advancing climate actions in East Asia and beyond. Korea, Japan, and China, three members of the TCS, have all achieved the highest levels of economic growth in the world for the last 50 years. But we are also in strong and common need of addressing climate issues due to our rapid industrialization and urbanization. Allow me to elaborate this in numbers. CJK countries represent more than a quarter of global GDP, but also over 1/3 of global carbon emissions. The bright side and dark side of our development is evident, and we are keenly aware of this situation. However, despite this contradicting position, CJK countries, China, Japan, Korea, are strong leaders in accelerating climate action in our region. We are equipped with two strong tools that can combat climate crisis: technology and policy. CJK is one of the most innovative hubs in the world, taking up 61.4% of the world patent application, especially in the field of ICT. Our region is also a hub for scientific and technical research, which 693,000 scientific academic articles published only in 2018. The governments of the three countries are also putting concerted efforts to achieve sustainable development by coordinating climate policies. China is leading the world's renewable energy infrastructure installment, like electronic vehicles and solar energy. And Japan is committed to the green transformation of its economy. Korea has built an ambitious institutional foundation and national roadmaps for carbon neutrality. Recognizing these strengths, TCS collaborated with ESCAP on convening the Forum on Carbon Neutrality Goals of China, Japan, and Korea. Since 2021, the forum serves as a timely platform for bringing together governments and experts to discuss the region's carbon neutrality policies. We were able to share national and local good practices and discuss how to further promote regional climate action. The success of the forum was shared at the Commission session side event, which took place just an hour ago. Along with ESCAP and the Korean government, we organized a roundtable discussion among experts from CJK and beyond. We had a fruitful discussion on harmonizing city-led climate action with national policies for net zero goals. Through this positive experience, we learned that the best way to address regional issues is to closely cooperate with one another. East Asia and Asia Pacific in general have different contexts from different regions. We need a unique solution that are tailored to the context of our own. That is the reason why TCS is open to cooperation with ESCAP and other international organizations in finding solutions that meet our needs. TCS is interested in working with partners in sharing good policy practices, as well as facilitating city-to-city exchanges to learn from each other's experiences and improve existing strategies. Honorable panelists, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to hearing active discussions. Hope to find new and close cooperation opportunities today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Beck. May I now invite His Excellency Khusrav Noziri, Secretary General of the Economic Cooperation Organization, ECO, to take the floor through the online platform. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished participants, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I extend my sincere gratitude to the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific for inviting me to attend this important session. Acknowledging the significance of the event as well as the relevance of its theme, that is accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, I congratulate the ESCAP for organizing this inclusive interaction. Based on Asia and the Pacific SDG Progress Report this year, although we have had strong progress in the region on some goals, climate change continues to regress and must be given priority to reverse negative trends. I hope this meeting's deliberations will lead to a convergence of views on climate action priorities and bolder action at the regional and sub-regional levels. The Economic Cooperation Organization, in line with the aspirations of its member nations and their leadership, is determinedly set to reinforce the environmental and climate change cooperation in the region through enhanced collaboration amongst the ECO countries while consolidating their actions and efforts in this sphere. ECO is committed to promoting development that is more resilient to climate change and has already had some collaborations in this respect with the region and beyond, including with the Asian and Pacific Center for the Development of Disaster Information Management, APDIM, on disaster risk reduction and management of cascading risk. However, we have to continue considering more and more mutually developed and policy-oriented guidance to meet the challenges that appear to emanate from the growing climate change issues. At regional and sub-regional levels, we have to identify and agree on one or two priorities as a common denominator for climate action and collaboration. As possible key areas of cooperation on climate change between sub-regional organizations and ESCAP are concerned, we can think of raising public awareness of climate action, sensitizing leaders to move from short-termism to long-term thinking, focusing on the ways and means of adaptation to climate change and transition to sustainable agriculture, as well as low-carbon industries, mobility, logistics, and urban development. While thinking of accelerating climate action in the regional context, it is of great importance not to lose sight of the global scale and aspects of the subject matter, the significance of issues related to historical responsibility, and the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities as a guide to future action. South-South and triangular cooperation are necessary, but in no way can be a substitute for North-South cooperation. Shifting to low-carbon growth is easy to say, but a quite complex issue as far as its practical implementation is concerned, especially in a region with huge dependence on fossil fuels from one side and limited resources and capacity from the other. This is why the national capacities and circumstances of different countries for climate action should carefully be taken into account, mainly in order to refrain from negatively affecting their development visions in various ways. Our region, for reversing the aforesaid regressing trend and focusing on priority areas for collaboration, requires proportionate means of implementation, including adequate technical and financial assistance. The absence of such proportionate support is a huge threat to all efforts to achieve SDGs and could be a recipe for falling developing countries in our region even further behind. Let's not forget that we need not only a green, but also a just and inclusive transition. In such a context, we believe that the urgent priority is boosting investments for climate action in the region by multilateral development partners and banks, while bridging the increasing gap between countries that can access affordable financing for development and those that cannot. Sustainable climate finance access, mobilization, and capacity building for developing countries in our region should be assured by the United Nations relevant bodies and multilateral development partners and banks. This is crucial to initiatives on reducing the devastating effects of climate change and financing eco-friendly projects. Adequate and appropriate access to technologies is also requisite for climate change action, which cannot be realized only through poorly market-based approach. Closing my remarks, I consider it very much essential to have a dedicated and robust mechanism for predictable and reliable means to efficiently and effectively secure our green transition targets, in special consideration of the United Nations SDGs on environment and climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Noziri. Now I invite the conference room officer to play the video of His Excellency Mr. Ursula Ruhan Werakun, Secretary General of the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation.
Her Excellency Armida Salsia Alisjabana, Executive Secretary of ESCAP and Under Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. I thank ESCAP for inviting me to address this session devoted to the theme Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development, a topic which is very relevant to SAARC. I welcome the opportunity to share my thoughts on such an important topic of climate action and how sub-regional cooperation can be used as a tool for fast-tracking achievement of SDGs. As we are aware, the issue of climate change is not new. However, the challenges have become more pronounced due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is time now to take concrete action rather than keep debating over this issue any further, especially in the context of South Asia, which is most vulnerable to frequent climate-induced natural disasters and loss of lives, regressing the development of countries in the region. It may be noted that South and Southwest Asia is lagging behind in all 17 goals and has regressed on Goal 13 relating to climate action. For the sub-region, the multi-stakeholder consultations have identified problems faced due to increasing water stress, declining share of renewable energy, industrialization, infrastructure development and innovation, and rapid and unplanned urbanization. The solution to all these is climate action. Excellencies, one of the objectives of SAARC is to promote the welfare of the peoples of South Asia and to improve their quality of life, to accelerate economic growth, social progress, and cultural development in the region, and to provide all individuals the opportunity to live in dignity and to realize their full potentials, all essential for achieving SDGs. ESCAP has identified the urgent need for strengthening disaster risk management, accelerating energy transition, and improved access to renewable energy, enhancing the sustainability of transport systems, promoting climate resilient agriculture, and strengthening capacities to mobilize finance for inclusive and green economic transition, all important and which align with the broader mandate of SAARC. Another challenge that SAARC currently faces relates to the fact that 4 out of 8 SAARC member states are least developed countries. We are all aware how the COVID-19 pandemic created economic and social instability in the South Asian region, and the biggest sufferer were LDCs. They suffered severely on the economic front, witnessing millions of job losses and a sharp rise in new, poor, and poverty, and are most vulnerable to climate change. The graduation poses serious challenges to them on their path to economic development, meet financial needs to take climate action, and also meeting various targets of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. As a sub-regional cooperation initiative, the SAARC Secretariat and ESCAP will work together to see how a consensus can emerge to continue giving preferential access and technical assistance even after graduation. Environment, natural disasters, and biotechnology are primary areas of cooperation of SAARC. Accordingly, SAARC has adopted the Action Plan on Climate Change. The preservation and protection of the environment, including disaster risk reduction and management, remains a high priority on the agenda of cooperation being pursued by the member states of SAARC. The SAARC Disaster Management Center was established with the aim of promoting regional cooperation for preparedness and mitigation of natural disasters. Regional and sub-regional cooperation between and among countries should also focus on research, knowledge sharing, and capacity building. I'm happy to state that the ESCAP-driven South and Southwest Asia network on the SDGs is acting as a bridge in exchange of knowledge and sharing of best practices on SDGs. For effective cooperation, such exchanges are essential not only for South Asia, but the entire Asia and the Pacific. I am sure that deeper engagements among policymakers, researchers, and civil society organizations will happen in the coming months. Excellencies, in the present challenging time, there is no substitute for regional cooperation. SAARC has initiated many activities which have benefited its members. I am sure if we all collaborate amongst us as sub-regional and regional organizations, the entire region will prosper. Currently, there is no such institutional arrangement which binds us all together. I am confident that Madam Executive Secretary of ESCAP will take a lead in establishing a regional framework on this. We will be happy to collaborate. I wish this session every success. Thank you.
Thank you. May I now invite the conference room officer to play the video of His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hoon, Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian nations.
Excellency Amada Sirsa Alizabana, and the Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, ESCAP. Excellencies, heads of regional organizations, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for convening today's sub-regional dialogue of the 79th session of UN ESCAP under the theme Accelerating Climate Action in Asia and the Pacific for Sustainable Development. As a region that is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, Southeast Asia is no stranger to droughts, floods, tropical cyclones, and other climatic hazards that have become more intense and frequent. The recent heat wave experience in mainland Southeast Asia is a devastating illustration of the adverse climate change impacts that ASEAN must address. In response to the severe consequences from climate change, the ASEAN member states are committed to strengthening regional cooperation and implement international initiatives to combat climate change, such as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Paris Agreement, among others. Significant progress has been made from policies to actions with climate ambition targets set in their respective nationally determined contribution, NDCs. Indeed, the climate agenda has been high on ASEAN's agenda, as highlighted in almost all ASEAN chairmen's high-level statements and regional plans of action. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in line with the theme of today's meeting of accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, allow me to highlight some of ASEAN's collective actions in promoting sustainable development practices, as well as in achieving climate change mitigation and adaptation targets as follows. First and foremost, one of ASEAN's priorities is to advance green growth and low carbon development strategies. ASEAN has surpassed its aspirational energy target by achieving 21% of energy intensity reduction and 39% renewable energy share in the ASEAN total primary energy supply in 2018. ASEAN aims to raise the proportion of renewable energy in its energy mix to 23% by 2025. The Benesari Begawan Joint Declaration of 39 ASEAN Ministers on energy security and energy transition further articulates the region's intent to work on an aspirational long-term regional target towards lower emission energy system to contribute to lower greenhouse gas emissions. Second, ASEAN continues to develop and promote sustainable transportation in ASEAN. ASEAN member states are working towards reducing emissions from the transport sector and provide incentives for the private sector to invest in sustainable transport solutions. In addition, several initiatives have been put in place to develop sustainable transport infrastructure, such as public transport systems, bicycle paths, and electric vehicles, EVs, including promoting the region as a production base for cleaner vehicles in Southeast Asia. Third, ASEAN continues to strengthen its climate mitigation and adaptation measures in primary sectors. The strategic plan of ASEAN cooperation in food, agriculture, and forestry 2016-2025 identifies and prioritizes the main areas for cooperation and proposes strategic trust and action programs to ensure equitable, sustainable, and inclusive growth, as well as to increase resiliency to climate change, natural disasters, and other shocks through mitigation and adaptation efforts. Fourth, ASEAN recognizes the importance of accelerating its transition to a circular economy to contribute to climate targets. ASEAN is implementing the framework for circular economy for the ASEAN Economic Community, AEC, which identifies 5 strategic priorities, namely, first, standards harmonization, second, trade facilitation, third, innovation and digitalization, fourth, sustainable finance and investment, and fifth, efficient use of energy and other resources. Fifth, on financing climate action and sustainable development, the ASEAN Finance Ministers and Central Bank Governors meeting has discussed the transition of economic activities and sustainable financial instruments and released the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance version 2 to strengthen 6 key sectors to achieve low carbon economies, in particular by attracting sustainable investment and financing the transition, including energy sector on renewable energy. Finally, ASEAN continues to strengthen knowledge sharing and monitoring mechanism to promote evidence-based policy decision-making processes. A range of regional assessment reports to promote evidence-based decision-making on climate change have been produced, including the ASEAN State of Climate Change Report and a scoping study on the development of long-term low-carbon development strategies in ASEAN. ASEAN has also digitalized and disseminated environmental information and data services that are more inclusive and accessible by utilizing knowledge-sharing platforms such as the ASEAN Environmental Knowledge Hub and ASEAN Haze Portal. In addition, given the importance of strengthening climate change research, ASEAN is in discussion on the details toward the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Climate Change, ACCC, in Brunei, Jerusalem, to fill research gaps and provide policy recommendations. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as climate change is a global problem, and in line with the ASEAN leaders' declaration on upholding multilateralism, ASEAN will continue to emphasize the need to advance collaboration with other countries and international organizations to effectively address this cross-cutting and cross-sectoral issue, as well as to ensure the effective realization of the complementarities between the ASEAN Vision 2025 and the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In fact, the ASEAN Climate Change Partnership Conference is conducted regularly as a platform to promote coordination and collaboration among various ASEAN sectoral bodies and partners dealing with sectors impacted by climate change. In November 2022 in Cambodia, ASEAN adopted the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the 27th session, the Conference of the Parties to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27 of UNFCCC, which further demonstrated our commitment to working together with all relevant stakeholders in order to realize a sustainable, green, and climate-resilient development in the region. One of the priorities during Indonesia's chairmanship of 2023 is promoting environmental cooperation to conserve biodiversity and mitigate the impacts of climate change. Therefore, we look forward to the implementation of Indonesia's bold and innovative initiatives as the ASEAN chair for this year, and guided by the theme of ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth. Let me close by stating that ASEAN is committed to increasing climate actions with the rest of the world, and I'm confident that if we work together, stand united, and act responsibly and positively together, we can deliver the very best of international commitment and bring about tangible benefits to our member states and to the people of ASEAN and the world at large. Thank you.
Next, may I invite the conference room officer to play the video of His Excellency Mr. Andrei Slepnev, Member of the Board for Trade, Euro-Asian Economic Commission.
Distinguished colleagues, on behalf of the Eurasian Economic Commission, I am pleased to welcome you at this session and would like to start with expressing our gratitude for the invitation to a multilateral dialogue. The Commission treats economic aspects of dealing with climate change very seriously, and we are well aware that there's no time to lose. In this regard, I would like to share the key solutions of areas of work that we implemented on the climate track together with the Eurasian Economic Union countries on the issue of climate. On the 14th of October 2021, the heads of the Union of Member States adopted a statement on economic cooperation within the climate agenda. In particular, the statement designated the following crucial areas of economic interaction: the intention to promote economic cooperation between EAEU countries in the framework of the climate agenda, achieving the Paris Agreement goals and the UN Sustainable Development Goals, establishing common approaches and mechanisms based on the principles underpinning the Union's single market. The key areas are a broad international exchange and non-discriminatory use of technologies that ensure emission reduction and low carbon development, efficient and rational use of fossil fuels, nuclear energy and hydropower generation, as well as low carbon transport, adoption of hydrogen technologies, renewable energy sources, energy efficient approaches to technologies in manufacturing, industry, agriculture, and communal services. Given enormous environmental assets of the Union member states, we see an efficient way to restore the carbon balance in implementing climate-relevant forest and water projects, including the creation of carbon measurement areas allowing a scientifically sound assessment of the absorption capacity exhibited by natural features and monitoring of greenhouse gases and climatically active agents. We have developed the Union-level model taxonomy that is used for developing national taxonomies for assessing green projects and facilitates access of investors from the Union countries to capital markets through listing financial instruments on stock exchanges. We highly appreciate ASEAN's efforts to create a regional taxonomy. In particular, that applies to the recently published version 2 of the ASEAN Taxonomy for Sustainable Finance. We believe that this area can become a nexus of our sub-regional efforts on the relevant tracks. We have launched the Bank of Climate Technologies and Digital Initiatives that includes the best technologies across the Union in the field of combating climate change and digitization in such sectors as energy, remote sensing, public security, energy-efficient projects, digitalization, education, financial accounting, and healthcare. To identify effective practices of climate mitigation and adaptation, as well as other climate practices aimed at sustainable development of the Union member states, we hold the Green Eurasia Economic Climate Competition in relevant broad-range nominations. We fully endorse the view of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, according to which technological innovations for addressing the global climate crisis should be created at the transnational or even global level. And that is fully consistent with the Commission's approach. Today, we are developing amendments to the technical regulations regarding vehicles that concern introduction of Euro 6 and Euro 6 Plus environmental standard requirements, as well as updating requirements of technical regulations, taking into account development of electric vehicles and hydrogen-powered vehicles. Currently, our key efforts are aimed at converging the carbon regulations of our member states, including measures to promote decarbonization of key economic sectors and, where possible, to develop a joint approach based on the Paris Agreement provisions. These tasks are relevant all over the world, so it is important for us to establish such regional dialogue to converge our incentive measures and prevent barriers to trade. Thank you very much.
Finally, may I ask the conference room officer to play the video of Mr. Andrei Somordin, Director of the Greater Tumen Initiative.
Distinguished panelists and participants, it's a great honor for me to participate in the 79th session of ESCAP and share GTI's experience and initiatives during this sub-regional dialogue. In the past, a great portion of economic growth was achieved at the expense of environmental deterioration, causing not only the destruction of the ecological system, but also threatening the well-being of people. With the growing awareness of the significance of sustainable development and low-carbon economic transition, we are delighted to see that the GTI members have shown national commitments, such as developing national environmental protection plans, improving the relevant legal system, announcing the net zero carbon goals, or submitting the updated national determined contributions to better management and environmental conservation and combating climate change. Yet achieving these targets would take a lot of efforts and further collaboration on bilateral, sub-regional and regional levels. The GTI Secretariat Strategic Action Plan for 21-24 provides for pursuing the goals of boosting economic growth and sustainable development in the Greater Tumen region and Northeast Asia as a whole. In the field of energy cooperation, such objectives include the need of enhancing energy policy coordination and cooperation. It also requires the reduction of non-physical barriers for energy-traded investment, as well as promoting exchange of information on energy among member countries. Such topics as affordable and clean energy, carbon neutrality, hydrogen economy have been high on the agenda of discussions among the members. The next event in this field, GTI workshop on hydrogen energy, is scheduled for early June. Environmental cooperation, part of the Strategic Action Plan, stimulates member countries to attain the goal of mitigating adverse effects of climate change and strive for sustainable environment in Northeast Asia. In particular, members are discussing the issues of ecological economic conservation, environmental conservation, and addressing climate change. I would also like to mention a few joint initiatives with ESCAP in promotion of resilient and sustainable connectivity in energy, transport, and trade. These sectors were identified as accelerators of the climate action in the ESCAP's recent The Race to Net Zero relevant study. Our joint events with ESCAP provided opportunities for our member countries to share their best experience and learn best practices in such areas as capacity building for effective power interconnection cooperation, digitalization of transport, cross-border paperless trade. In addition, last year, the first annual Forum on Connectivity was organized in cooperation with UN ESCAP. The forum focused on food security challenges and promoting agriculture development. The GTI Secretariat also provided support to ESCAP's projects by facilitating communication with our stakeholders in energy sector and local cooperation committee members. We hope for further progress in building partnership, in finding new paths of cooperation, and more extensive and specific joint events to accelerate climate action, and look forward to strengthening coordination with ESCAP and other regional organizations on this track. Thank you.
Thank you. I now open the floor for brief country interventions, and I would like to urge all speakers to limit their intervention to 2 minutes. The first speaker is His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands and Chair of the Pacific Island Forum, to be followed by Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the esteemed panelists for their much valuable contribution to the agenda item in question. Thank you for sharing your views on the priorities of your respective regions and the various initiatives you have embarked on to address these challenges. As just highlighted by our previous speakers, and in particular by our Pacific Islands Forum Secretary General and our SPREP Director General, an urgent international action on climate change is being called for in our Blue Pacific region. Pacific Island Forum leaders have reaffirmed climate change as the single greatest existential threat facing the Blue Pacific, underscoring the urgency to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees through meaningful, deep, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. To make real progress in addressing climate change, we must strengthen the ways in which we work together. We must keep up our advocacy on ambitious mitigation efforts, and we must continue to hold the great polluters of our world accountable for their actions or inaction that will affect not just us in the Pacific, but the world over. The Pacific sub-region has a proud history of cooperation on climate change issues, cooperation that we continuously strive to strengthen. The Council of Regional Organizations in the Pacific, our CROP agencies, for which the Pacific Island Forum Secretariat is the permanent chair, all work on climate change issues as a matter of priority. From the impacts of climate change on our fisheries, to scientific research, to the development of political declarations which help us to shape customary international law. The outcomes of the work of our Pacific Islands countries and territories have undeniable global impacts, positioning our region as leaders on these issues. In the Pacific, our forum leaders have set a collective aim to achieve carbon neutrality in the Pacific by 2050, and we invite development partners, including the wider Asia-Pacific region, to support us in reaching this goal. As repeatedly raised, the main challenge for our region is securing the financial support and collaboration required to effectively action our climate policies. The Framework for Resilient Development in the Pacific, the FRDP, and its inclusive Pacific Resilience Partnership is an example of a Pacific regional initiative established by forum leaders as an integrated approach to addressing climate change adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk management. The FRDP and the PRP encourage innovation, change, and genuine and active partnerships, placing climate change and disaster risk at the center of risk-informed development as we offer these to you as initiatives to get behind and to support to ensure collective efforts in addressing the climate challenges of our region. Your Excellencies, loss and damage, an ongoing issue for the Pacific Small Island developing states, which we have long advocated for over the years, is now finally being progressed with the transitional committees starting to discuss funding arrangements, including a facility that we hope will meet our needs in addressing loss and damage. But while we engage in these discussions, let us not forget the people who are impacted the most and those who stand to lose the most vulnerable in our communities, and those who have contributed the least to this global crisis. We need to address loss and damage with urgency now. To close, I wish to highlight that we in the Pacific now have a North Star, a blueprint to guide us over the next 3 decades, articulating our region's long-term vision, values, and thematic priorities. The 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent encapsulates how we can best work together to achieve our shared vision and aspirations. It is based on firm recognition of the strategic, cultural, and economic values that our Blue Pacific region holds, when we have a shared commitment to protect and leverage this value. We seek open, inclusive, and enduring partnerships that recognize and support the collective strength of our Blue Pacific region and align to the 2050 strategy and its implementation plan. We call on the forum's international partners to support the 2050 strategy and to align their engagement with our region to its implementation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister of the Cook Islands and Chair of the Pacific Island Forum. The next speaker is Ms. Raden Siliwanti, Director of the Multilateral Financing, the Ministry of National Development and Planning of Indonesia, to be followed by the United States of America. Ms. Redan Siliwanti, you have the floor.
Honorable Ibu Armida Alisabana, Executive Secretary of UN ESCAP, Honorable Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Firstly, I would like to thank ESCAP for providing a comprehensive report about the climate change challenges in Asia-Pacific region. The report highlights the progress made and challenges faced by the country in the region. Indonesia notes with concern that despite progress, several countries in our region still face significant challenges. We also note with appreciation the recommendation put forth by ESCAP on how to address these challenges. Indonesia would like to draw attention on the challenges faced by Southeast Asian countries. We are one of the regions most vulnerable to climate change-related shocks, including flood, droughts, urban heat, biodiversity, and habitat losses with significant economic consequences. To achieve full recovery from the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, sustainable development strategies that include climate and environment-related consideration and policy options are required. Southeast Asia economic growth has been significantly influenced by urbanization, particularly in megacities such as Jakarta, Manila, and Bangkok, which contribute to the most of the GDP. Nevertheless, urbanization has brought about various difficulties such as climate change, environmental pollution, global warming, economic efficiency, cultural heritage, and health. Climate change not only poses a threat to the health of the planet, but also presents a major risk to public health for the most susceptible population, such as older individuals, children, and those living in poverty. These groups remain at the highest risk amidst the interrelated challenges of disaster, climate change, and health. To maintain the progress of commerce and industry and offer equitable access to the energy services, as well as cope with the effects of the climate change already mentioned before, urban development strategies are necessary for Southeast Asian countries, cities. The implementation of the supportive financing and regulatory framework could aid in the reduction of clean energy project expenses. It is crucial to expedite climate action by enhancing the resilience of the countries and population. Cooperation mechanism at the regional and sub-regional levels, including the partnership between the UN and the Association of the Southeast Asian Nation, ASEAN, can create approaches to establish systemic resilience. To close, Indonesia would like to emphasize the importance of international cooperation to accelerate climate action and to achieve full recovery from the pandemic. We must work together to build resilience, reduce emission, and transition to sustainable future. In this regard, our G20 document of the Roadmap for Recovery and Resilience in Developing Countries, including LDCs and small island developing states, which focus on 3 focus areas of green and blue economy, micro, small, medium enterprises, and adaptive social protection, could also become our guidance. And Indonesia is ready to share and to work together with all ESCAP members. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radan Siliwanti, Director for Multilateral Financing, Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia. Our next speaker is Mr. Edwin Sagerton, Economic Counselor and Permanent Representative to ESCAP of the United States of America, and to be followed by the representative of China.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to distinguished delegates. The United States appreciates this opportunity to say a few words about our deep commitment to multilateral cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, particularly regarding climate issues. First, let me point out that our engagement throughout the ESCAP region is rooted in our Indo-Pacific strategy, which is our permanent vision for a free and open region that is more connected, prosperous, secure, and resilient. On climate, our Indo-Pacific strategy highlights the Indo-Pacific is the epicenter of the climate crisis, but it is also essential to climate solutions. And in this light, the United States seeks to foster a solutions-focused approach to all our partnerships in the region. For example, ASEAN is at the heart of U.S. engagement in the Indo-Pacific and the United States' commitment to ASEAN centrality is unwavering. At the 2022 U.S.-ASEAN Summit, President Biden and ASEAN leaders elevated U.S.-ASEAN relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership focused on the 4 pillars of the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific: maritime cooperation, connectivity, economic cooperation, and the Sustainable Development Goals. In addition, Special Presidential Envoy for Climate John Kerry and his team worked closely with ASEAN on our shared climate priorities. And last year, we agreed to establish a cooperation work plan and to hold a special U.S.-ASEAN ministerial dialogue on the environment and climate, which will take place later this year. Likewise, we partner closely with our Pacific Island Forum friends and are improving climate resilience in the region through President Biden's Emergency Plan for Adaptation and Resilience. And last year, Vice President Kamala Harris participated in the Pacific Island Forum Leaders Meeting, where she announced new commitments to deliver concrete results for Pacific people, strengthen the U.S.-Pacific Islands Partnership, and support Pacific regionalism, with a strong United Pacific Island Forum at the center. So the momentum builds. In September, President Biden hosted the U.S. Pacific Island Countries Summit in Washington, D.C., and a few months ago, he appointed our first envoy to the Pacific Island Forum, Ambassador Frankie Reed. APEC is another regional cornerstone of Asia-Pacific connectivity and growth, but also of climate solutions. And the United States is hosting APEC this year under the theme of creating a resilient and sustainable future for all. And we are working with APEC economies to enable a more interconnected, innovative, and inclusive future with strong commitment to green growth, climate finance, and clean energy. In conclusion, let me turn to remarks from Secretary of State Blinken, who said, "In an era when nationalism is resurgent, repression is rising, rivalries among countries are deepening, and attacks against the rules-based system are intensifying, multilateral cooperation is still our best tool for tackling big global challenges. And no challenge is greater than climate." Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edwin Sagerton, Economic Counselor and United States Permanent Representative to ESCAP, for your statement. The next speaker is Miss Yan Jiarong, Chief Advisor, National Development and Reform Commission of China, to be followed by Thailand. Miss Jiarong, you have the floor.
主席女士、执秘女士。
Thank you, Ms. Chair. China supposed development and cooperation in the regional states. The sub-regions in Asia Pacific has their different characteristics. Their connectivity and cooperation will play a positive role for the cooperation in this region. The statements we heard previously has once again proved that regional organizations are playing a very important role in the regional cooperation. China continuously enhance the cooperation partnerships with regional organizations, promoting climate actions and environmental protection, connectivity, and trade facilitations and digital technologies. Such areas are the important areas of cooperation. We are pushing forward the regional cooperation to a green, inclusive, and sustainable direction. China, via the China ESCAP Cooperation Fund Cooperative Program, to facilitate the South Asia and Northwest Asian Regional Office to play active role. China delegation believes we are facing multiple developing challenges, we should enhance our partnership.
自区域自的优势。
China look forward to the sub-regions to play an active role in promoting the interconnection between the sub-regions and to give their potential to full play. We also hope that the sub-regions should, based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, the sub-regions should strengthen policy exchanges, scientific and technological cooperation, and capacity-building efforts, as well as cooperation in many other fields to promote green development and work together in response to climate change and natural disasters. Thank you very much.
Advisor, National Development and Reform Commission of China, for your statement. The next speaker is Mrs. Chetwadi Chinawongsi, Director of ASEAN Strategy and Cooperation Division of the Department of ASEAN Affairs of Thailand. Mrs. Chinawongsi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank all the speakers for the presentations, which highlight the key role of regional groupings in accelerating actions to cope with climate change and accelerating SDGs in the Asia Pacific. Climate change is indeed a major concern for ASEAN, as our region is one of the world's most at-risk regions to its impacts. And in this connection, I wish to share some of Thailand's perspectives on advancing regional cooperation on this important matter as follows. First, as climate goals and SDGs are mutually reinforcing, a complementarity approach with targeted actions should be emphasized to ensure multiplier co-benefits of our actions. ESCAP could actually facilitate and assist governments and key actors in the region to identify policy pathways that could maximize climate and SDGs synergies. Regional strategies and action plans can also complement the global goals in this regard. And in ASEAN, the complementarity approach is being undertaken through enhancing the complementarities between the ASEAN Community Vision 2025 and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, with support from ESCAP, and prioritizing such issues as resilience, climate action, and sustainable management of natural resources. This approach has enabled ASEAN to focus our limited resources on specific priority areas and has been one of the frameworks for promoting sustainable development and cooperation both within ASEAN and with our external partners. Second, emphasis should also be placed on leveraging the potential of digital technologies as an enabling factors to help deliver climate goals and SDGs. Digital innovation creates the new possibilities for climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as accelerate SDGs progress. So it is important that countries in the region are equipped with sufficient know-how and technical capacities, particularly in such areas as circular economy, green finance, EV ecosystem, and clean energy. And these are all issues of priorities under Indonesia's ASEAN chairmanship this year. Third, simultaneously addressing climate change and SDG requires strong partnerships between countries in the region. And as such, ASEAN countries continues to reinforce partnerships for SDGs through relevant bodies and centers. And one such center, as also mentioned by Madam Executive Secretary Amida, is the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, or ACSDSD in Bangkok. The center has been instrumental in enhancing partnership on sustainability with a particular focus on areas such as sustainable management of natural resources, sustainable consumption and production, and resilience. And we definitely look forward to concrete cooperation between ASEAN and our partners through this center. In concluding, ASEAN and Thailand will continue to work with all stakeholders in finding synergies among our priorities and enhancing our actions towards the attainment of SDGs in the Asia Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chetwadi Chanwoksi, Director of ASEAN Strategy Cooperation Division, Department of ASEAN Affairs, Thailand, for your statement. The next speaker is Mr. Fayaz Kazi, Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope you can hear me. Thanks for giving us the floor. We thank the Executive Secretary for her opening remarks. Having just experienced the severe cyclone Mocha in our southeastern coast, we underscore the importance of ESCAP's multi-hazard early warning system, among other issues. As the immediate past chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum, CVF, Bangladesh underscored the need for transforming the narrative from climate vulnerability to resilience, sustainability, and prosperity. Our government has developed a Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, which can be a useful template for other Asia-Pacific countries contemplating such an initiative. Bangladesh now hosts the Global Hub on Locally Led Adaptation to further disseminate our internationally acknowledged climate adaptation efforts. We remain open to working together with ESCAP and other concerned organizations and countries to share some of our homegrown efforts based on both nature-based and technological solutions. Bangladesh appreciates the growing international attention to the issue of climate-induced displacements. We believe the Loss and Damage Fund can be instrumental in mainstreaming this issue in the climate action discourse. We feel encouraged to hear about the Loss and Damage Forum to be organized by Pacific Island countries in July this year. Bangladesh was happy to join Vanuatu and other like-minded countries in steering the UN General Assembly resolution on seeking an advisory opinion from the International Court of Justice. We would encourage other Asia-Pacific countries to proactively consider making their submissions either nationally or regionally in response to the recent call by ICJ. Bangladesh reiterates her interest in cooperating with our sub-regional partners to benefit from their surplus generation and transmission capacity for hydropower. We also signal our interest in joining research initiatives on green hydrogen, building on the pilot initiative undertaken by our government. To conclude, we urge ESCAP and other concerned regional and sub-regional organizations to stress the overriding importance of further streamlining the procedural formalities for access to existing climate funds, including GCF, by the most vulnerable countries. We hope that this issue of enhanced access would also feature prominently in the discussions on the Climate Financing Pact in June in Paris. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fayaz Kazi, Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh, for your statement. This concludes our discussions under Agenda Item 2B. We will now continue our discussion under Agenda Item 3, Special Body on Least Developed, Landlocked, Developing and Small Island Developing States. So we will just take a couple of minutes to change the speakers on the podium. Thank you.
Yes, yes, from the podium, yeah. And the chair. She will preside. She will preside.
Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates, the Commission will now consider Agenda Item 3, Special Body on Least Developed, Landlocked Developing and Small Island Developing States. The document pertinent to this agenda item is ESCAP/79/79/5, Summary of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023, Strengthening Regional Cooperation for Seamless and Sustainable. The Commission's consideration of this agenda item will be facilitated by remarks from eminent speakers and interventions from ministers of countries with special needs from across the region. I will then open the floor for brief country interventions. At the outset, I'm pleased to invite opening remarks to be delivered by the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Saucia Alijabana. Madam Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Excellency Ms. Fiami Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister of Samoa, Excellency Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Cook Islands, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, warm welcome to the Special Body on Least Developed, Landlocked Developing and Small Island Developing States. This year's theme, Strengthening Regional Cooperation for Seamless and Sustainable Connectivity, is timely and highly relevant. In today's interconnected world, seamless and sustainable connectivity in transport, energy, and ICT is central to improving the lives of people. It enables access to markets and technologies and leads to trade and investment. Greater levels of productivity contribute to higher wages, which in turn contribute to reducing levels of poverty. Connectivity can also accelerate climate actions and build resilience through improved access to innovative solutions. However, connectivity remains a major challenge for most countries in special situations. Most of them face significant infrastructure deficits due to geographic isolation, rugged terrain, narrow economic bases, lack of economies of scale, and their high vulnerability to external shocks. They also face significant environmental challenges, including the effects of climate change and loss of biodiversity. These challenges are exacerbated by their limited resources and capacity to respond effectively. Regional cooperation and partnership can help countries share resources, knowledge, and expertise, and hence are critical to addressing these challenges and to creating synergies across the transport, energy, and ICT sectors. Against this backdrop, ESCAP is committed to supporting the development efforts of our member states, especially those in special situations. Through our regional cooperation initiatives, we promote the integration of multimodal transport that includes rail, the expansion of electricity grids with enhanced interoperability across countries, and improved digital connectivity that leads to better access to disaster monitoring and climate adaptation solutions. Excellencies, we are now at the midway point in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The countries in special situations lag especially far behind in reaching the SDGs. It is therefore an opportune time to focus on fostering solidarity and partnership to support these countries. I saw this as just 2 months ago, the 5th United Nations Conference on LDCs was held in Qatar. And prior to that conference, the new Doha Program of Action for LDCs for 2022-2031 was adopted. In addition, with the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs and the Samoa Pathway for SIDS coming to an end in 2024, the regional and global processes to assess the progress made for LLDCs and SIDS are beginning. And global UN conferences on LLDCs and SIDS will be held next year. Recognizing this important time, a new resolution is being discussed by the Commission, and hopefully it will be endorsed at closing of our Commission session on Friday. The resolution recognizes the importance of these global programs and encourages development partners to provide concrete and substantial support to the efforts made by the region's LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS. In conclusion, or in closing, I look forward to hearing your views and ideas on how we can collaborate more closely on strengthening regional cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity for the countries in special situations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. May I now invite Ms. Rabab Fatima, Undersecretary General of the United Nations and High Representative for the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States, to deliver her opening remarks.
Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, Honorable Heads of States and Governments, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues. Madam Chair, it's a great pleasure to see you in the chair, and I'm confident that under your able stewardship, this session will have a successful outcome. I thank the Executive Secretary and her very able team for their excellent preparations for the 79th session of the Commission. And I thank ESCAP for holding a dedicated session on the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states on the very pertinent theme, strengthening regional cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity. I also thank ESCAP for its excellent report on the theme. The recommendations contained therein can further contribute to strengthening partnerships and capacity for sustainable and seamless connectivity and enhanced regional cooperation for these groups of countries. I'm honored to speak here today, Excellencies, on behalf of the 90 most vulnerable countries, the 46 LDCs, 32 LLDCs, and the 37 SIDS. These countries have many pressing constraints and are often the hardest hit by any crisis. Excellencies, we are meeting here at a critical period of time. Food and energy shortages, the erosion of social protection, mounting debt, and high living costs are seriously impacting the economic growth of the LDCs, LLDCs, and the SIDS. And they're also disproportionately affected by climate change, often bearing the heaviest brunt of it. For many, climate change is already an existential threat, as we were reminded by the leaders of the region over the last 2 days. The increased frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as cyclones, hurricanes, floods, droughts, and desertification, as well as other climate change impacts such as rising sea level and melting glaciers, are severely impacting the lives and livelihoods and the sustainable development of these countries. Against this backdrop, the overarching theme of the 79th session, accelerating climate action in Asia and the Pacific for sustainable development, is indeed very timely. I hope that this session will deliver concrete recommendations to overcome the climate challenges which have plagued these countries for too long. Excellencies, the lingering impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and other overlapping global crises have aggravated the situation further. The achievement of the 2030 Agenda in these countries is facing serious jeopardy and uncertainty. The recently released SDG Progress Report shows that out of the 140 SDG targets, only about 12% are on track, and some 30% have either seen no movement or regressed below the 2015 baseline. We need urgent actions to bring the 2030 agenda back on track. The global development architecture must address the concerns of the vulnerable countries on trade, climate, finance, debt relief, and technology transfer. The Financing for Sustainable Development report this year underlines that the demands on international development cooperation are higher than ever. The United Nations Secretary General has long been advocating for development partners to fulfill their ODA commitments and their commitment of $100 billion climate finance and enhanced adaptation financing. To rescue the SDGs, the Secretary General has called for an SDG stimulus package to the tune of at least $500 billion per year. Excellencies, on the climate front, we have seen a great breakthrough on loss and damage in COP27. It is very important now to translate that promise into reality by rapidly operationalizing and financing the Loss and Damage Fund. Distinguished colleagues, out of the 46 LDCs, 11 are in the Asia-Pacific region. They have achieved considerable progress in their socioeconomic development. 10 of them are at different stages of graduation. The Asian experience of graduation is of tremendous interest to the LDCs in Africa as they move to the upper echelons of the development trajectory and graduation pathway. We look forward to working with ESCAP and other partners to create a platform to enhance networking and partnership between the African and Asian LDCs for sharing experiences and best practices. Excellencies, we are meeting just 2 months after the successful conclusion of the 5th UN Conference on LDCs in Doha, Qatar. The conference ushered in a new era of renewed commitments to ensure full and effective implementation of the Doha Program of Action, which constitute an ambitious development compact between the LDCs and their partners, including on scaling up resources and investments in the field of STI and connectivity. The Doha Program of Action has 5 concrete deliverables, including a dedicated facility called iGrad to support sustainable and irreversible graduation of the LDCs. We must now put our efforts together to fulfill our shared commitment to accelerate the implementation of the Doha Program of Action. It will be important to integrate the DPOA in the national development strategies of the LDCs, development cooperation frameworks of the development partners, and strategic priorities of the UN system. My office is working on a comprehensive implementation strategy and roadmap at national, regional, and global levels for the implementation of the Program of Action. Excellencies, let me now turn to the next group of countries, the landlocked developing countries, the LLDCs. Of the 32 LLDCs, 12 are in the Asia-Pacific region. 5 of them are also LDCs, which make them more vulnerable. The Vienna Program of Action for the LLDCs is in its final phase of implementation. The General Assembly has decided to convene the 3rd UN Conference on the LLDCs next year in 2024, which will be held in Kigali, Rwanda, the first time that the conference will be moving to Africa. As the Secretary General of the conference, I shall work closely with all of you to ensure UN system-wide coordination to support the conferences and to engage with all other stakeholders. There'll be regional review meetings and thematic meetings in addition to the 2 sessions of the preparatory committee meetings in the lead up to the conference. Later this month, we'll be in Gaborone, Botswana for the Asia Regional Review Meeting. In July, we have the Regional Review Meeting for the Latin American region in Paraguay, and that will be followed by the Euro-Asian Regional Meeting here in Bangkok in August. These meetings will determine the priorities for the LLDCs for the next program of action for the next decade. We will engage with member states and other stakeholders in the preparatory process, including with the private sector, civil society, and the development and global South partners. National focal points, your national focal points, and the resident coordinators will also be engaged closely in the process. The third LLDC conference offers an important opportunity, Excellencies, to address the unique challenges and priorities of the LLDCs and harness new opportunities for the next decade. And in that respect, regional cooperation and partnerships for sustainable connectivity at all levels is so critically important. ESCAP's report on today's theme and the discussions that we'll have here today will be important contributions to the LLDC conference next year. I will also like to take this opportunity to call upon all of you to actively participate in the preparatory processes leading up to the conference. And I would also like to make an early call for ensuring participation at the highest level from your governments at the conference. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, let me now turn to the small island developing states. Of the 37 SIDS, 15 are from this region, and 4 of them are also LDCs. The Samoa pathway is coming to an end, and the 4th International Conference on the SIDS will be held in 2024 in Antigua, Barbuda, which will adopt a new program of action. The United Nations Secretary General has appointed me as a special advisor for the SIDS-4 conference, and I look forward to working closely with you all to make the conference a success. I've listened carefully to the strong call from the SIDS leaders yesterday for urgent actions on the climate front and your other recommendations for the conference. In preparations for the SIDS conference next year, there'll be 3 regional review meetings and 1 inter-regional meeting, in addition to the 2 sessions of the preparatory committee meetings in the lead up to the conference in New York. The Pacific Regional Preparatory meeting will be held in Vanuatu on the 3rd week of August this year. Distinguished colleagues, the SIDS have already started outlining some of the priorities for the conference, and which include climate action, including loss and damage, renewable energy packages, innovative solutions for financing, including debt, data and capacity building strategies, and implementation strategies for the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, or the MVI. I would like to add to that the importance of strengthening regional cooperation for sustainable connectivity in all areas: transport, energy, and ICT. The regional preparatory meetings will further reflect on the key priorities of the SIDS for the next decade. And I reiterate my call for your active participation in the preparatory activities and the meetings and at the SIDS-4 conference next year at the highest political level. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as the Secretary General of the LDC3 conference and the Special Advisor to the SIDS-4 conference, I will invest all my efforts to ensure that the 2 conferences will be impactful and transformative for the LLDCs and the SIDS and their people. Drawing lessons from the recently held LDC5 conference, we shall make every effort to build the widest possible coalition of global partnerships in support of the LLDCs and the SIDS. The new programs of actions must come up with concrete targets, ambitious commitments, and key deliverables to enable the LLDCs and the SIDS to overcome the current crisis, build resilience against future shocks, and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Excellencies, allow me to conclude by highlighting that access to renewable energy, fuel-efficient transportation, and improved digital connectivity is vitally important to achieve the SDGs. This can also contribute significantly to low-carbon and climate-resilient economies. However, we all know that this is not easy to implement by countries in special situations. They have serious resource and capacity constraints. They need immediate support to access appropriate technologies, enhanced concessional finance, and strengthened regional cooperation, and global partnership for smooth transition and sustainable development. As we prepare for the third LLDC's conference and the fourth SIDS conferences, we need to ensure that there are specific targets and actions towards this end in the new programs of actions to be adopted in 2024. And I believe that the recommendations from this session on sustainable connectivity will form an important contribution. Excellencies, we all agree on the critical need to focus our attention, efforts, and resources on countries most in need. This special session, I believe, will help to raise further awareness and build consensus on the key challenges and priorities of these countries. I'm greatly encouraged to see the spirit of solidarity and commitment in the membership here in this region. And I would like to mention here that this is the only regional commission which actually has a dedicated session on countries in special situations. And I would like to thank and congratulate you for that. If the region is to prosper and make progress, it is imperative to leave no one behind. And I've seen a genuine desire for strengthening cooperation and partnership towards that goal in this room. I shall rest it here, Excellencies. I look forward to hearing your valuable suggestions that I can take back to New York, especially for the important intergovernmental preparatory processes of the third LLDC conference and the fourth SIDS conference that are getting underway, and for the implementation of the Doha Program of Action. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Ms. Fatima, for those inspiring remarks. It is my honor to invite Her Excellency, the Honorable Fiame Naomi Mataafa, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Samoa, to deliver a keynote address.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary, distinguished delegates. More than half of the Commission's 62 member countries belong to the group of countries that have special situations reflective of the unique challenges that they face. The focus of the special body this year is on ways to strengthen regional cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity. Digital connectivity in Samoa has improved significantly in the last decade due to conducive policies such as the introduction of competition in the mobile sector and establishing an independent regulator, which were implemented in the telecommunications sector. The national digital policies and government entities have been approved, including a national cybersecurity strategy, National Computer Emergency Response Team, and a Digital Transformation Authority. In addition, the government's investment in new submarine cables in partnership with donor agencies has resulted in the connection of 3 submarine cables in 2009, 2018, and 2020. This has resulted in significant availability of bandwidth for users. However, access and affordability of internet in Samoa lags behind the averages of the other Pacific small island developing states, as well as the Asia-Pacific region. But as connectivity increases, either via broadband or mobile networks, there is potential for a wider deployment of digital finance and positive socioeconomic transformation. Madam Chair, Samoa, like other SIDS, face a specific set of challenges. They are inherently small open economies, and many are heavily dependent on imported oil products for their energy needs, including electricity, transportation, and cooking. They also face some of the highest electricity costs in the world, coupled with significant supply chain hurdles due to low volumes, small markets, varying fuel standards, distance from suppliers, and the limited negotiating strength of individual island countries and territories. The costs for imported refined oil products, including diesel, gasoline, and LPG, are generally high. Furthermore, the surge in global oil commodity prices has led to inflation on other supplies, including food, while also constraining government fiscal space. SIDS are also at the front lines of climate change, facing the impacts attributed to global warming. Their energy and infrastructure are highly vulnerable to natural disasters such as cyclones, earthquakes, flooding, and tsunamis, which can lead to energy supply disruptions and increase energy security risks. And while SIDS contribute less than 1% to global greenhouse gas emissions, many have committed to shifting their sources of power generation to 100% renewables by 2030 as part of their nationally determined contributions. Many SIDS are looking to reduce reliance on imported oil products and move to cleaner forms of energy, develop clean energy infrastructure, storage, and transportation networks across islands. The small size, remoteness, and insularity of SIDS pose daunting challenges in transport and trade logistics and undermine their ability to achieve their sustainable development goals. In relation to shipping, small cargo volumes in SIDS limit their ability to benefit from economies of scale or attract shipping services and investors. Participation in global trade depends significantly on a country's ability to access reliable transport services that connect regional and global trading partners, and to do so cost effectively. I wish to make mention of the Moana Taka partnership between Swire Shipping and the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environmental Program, SPREP, which was initiated in 2017. The partnership was established in recognition of the growing problem of plastics and other wastes in the Pacific region, caused by the lack of onshore recycling facilities, as well as utilizing the missed opportunity when ships delivering containers of goods to SIDS generally leave SIDS ports with a large percentage of empty containers for the backhaul. 2 Pacific SIDS are now part of this partnership. Remoteness is an important factor contributing to higher transport costs in our countries. Domestic inter-island shipping services in many countries of the Pacific region, especially to outer islands, are infrequent and unreliable. This has a negative impact on the production and income generation possibilities of islands, as regular access to markets is a critical factor. Given the geographical settings of SIDS, transportation is proving to be one of the fastest consumers of petroleum. The importance of the tourism sector for SIDS economies and its strong linkages to transport cannot be overemphasized. High air transport prices can lead to declining tourist flows and revenues. So some SIDS are looking at alternatives such as the use of cheaper
寻求其他的替代解决方案，能够使用更便宜的这个航班。那么，女士，主席女士， 我们实现萨摩亚道路、实现可持续发展议程，都是需要我们区域内的机构和组织之间的共同合作，打造出我们一个非常好的测量和评价的机制。明年我们将进行的会议必须要
be given to climate change resilience as the core of regional development efforts in regional work programs. There will always be the need for more durable, relevant, and quality partnerships which have to be grounded in the SIDS experience and based on SIDS needs and priorities. Our priorities must be clear, as these will guide more informed planning and formulation of technical cooperation and capacity building assistance for small island developing states that the Commission can provide as we prepare for the 4th SIDS conference in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you. The Secretariat has prepared a video to highlight the key messages of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023. May I ask the conference room officer to play the video?
Over half of the countries in Asia and the Pacific are categorized as the most vulnerable nations of the world. Despite the clear benefits of connectivity, these countries in special situations lag far behind what other countries in the region have managed to achieve. The 2023 Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report highlights pathways for connectivity for countries in special situations to achieve sustainable growth and increase their resilience to climate change and disasters. Improved multimodal transport connectivity could reduce trade costs, enhance efficiency and competitiveness of doing business, and make transport more environmentally friendly. For small island developing states, pledges such as the Clydebank Declaration for Green Shipping Corridors show promise in establishing a green shipping corridor that could boost sustainable and resilient port development and connectivity. Sustainably built, connected, and internationally standardized energy grids could increase energy security and accelerate the deployment of renewable energy, promoting a green energy transition in the region. New ICT technologies and geospatial data can help countries with small populations and limited natural resources achieve economies of scale and access innovative solutions for climate resilience and adaptation. However, many physical, financial, and political roadblocks stand in the way of achieving these results. Climate change, the COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, and a slowing global economy have further exacerbated the challenges. However, the poly crisis has also unlocked new opportunities. It demonstrated the importance of ICT connectivity, particularly in crisis response, remote working and learning, and healthcare service provision. By coming together, including through South-South cooperation, countries in special situations can leverage the transformative power of connectivity to unlock synergies and respond swiftly to the development challenges on the horizon, ensuring a low-carbon, climate-resilient, and prosperous future for all.
May I now invite the Executive Secretary, Ms. Amida Saucia Alijabana, to present the findings of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023. Madam Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to present to you the summary of the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023, the title of which is Strengthening Regional Cooperation for Seamless and Sustainable Connectivity, and presented as a document ESCAP/79/5. This report highlights the importance of connectivity in transport, energy, and information and communication technology, or ICT, in achieving sustainable development development and a low carbon resilient economy. It does so from the angle of the region's LDCs, LLDCs, as well as SIDS, which we collectively refer to as countries with special needs or in special situation. The significance of connectivity for these countries is well recognized. I believe it should be one of the key areas of discussion at the final regional reviews we are undertaking this year for the Vienna Program of Action for LLDCs and the Samoa Pathways for SIDS. The report examines challenges and opportunities that these countries face, including those arising from the polycrisis, such as COVID-19 pandemic, geopolitical tensions, as well as the climate change. It then provides examples of how regional cooperation on connectivity can facilitate a long-term transformation towards a net zero emissions future for these economies. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as I highlighted in my opening remarks, the benefits of seamless and sustainable connectivity in transport, energy, and ICT are significant for the countries in special situations. However, in terms of transport connectivity, these countries remain among the least connected in the region, and unfortunately, the gaps with other developing countries are widening. Asian LDCs and LLDCs face various challenges. These include an unbalanced modal split in transport operations and a persistent shortage of quality infrastructure. They also have operational connectivity gaps and extensive unrealized transit potential due to insufficient bilateral and multilateral cooperation. SIDS too suffer from infrastructure shortages. Here, challenges relate to, for instance, outdated port facilities and lack of redundancy of shipping services and port facilities. Their ports and shipping services are also vulnerable to disruptions by external shocks, such as disasters and fuel price shocks. As a result, freight rates for export and import cargo are often elevated due to additional handling surcharges incurred at congested ports. The recent polycrisis has led to a restructuring of international trade and transport links in Asia and the Pacific. For instance, LLDCs in North and Central Asia face higher trade costs and lower trade volumes, which led to a reduction in public revenue. At the same time, the polycrisis has created opportunities for developing a more sustainable freight sector, as it highlighted the importance of timely, inexpensive, and resilient transport links and reliable supply chain. Some LLDCs now face an opportunity to participate in the development of nascent international transport corridors that have become more attractive as a result of the polycrisis. In this context, or against this backdrop, may I suggest the following policy actions and regional cooperation on transport connectivity for countries in special situations as follows. Continuing support to connectivity initiative for these countries. And also scaling up multimodality by increasing the use of international rail transport in Asia. Building on the pandemic-induced momentum for transport facilitation and digitalization, as well as promoting resilient and sustainable maritime connectivity in SIDS. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, power system connectivity can bring significant economic and social benefits, including enhancing energy security, facilitating the integration of renewable energy resources, and providing access to modern energy. While SIDS may not be able to pursue cross-border power trade through grid interconnections, knowledge sharing and technical cooperation can improve their ability to plan for and integrate renewable energy, freeing up financial resources and lowering fuel import dependency. This region already has several power system connectivity initiatives, as the figure here shows. However, most are sub-regional, and there is also significant overlapping, and actual transaction and trade tend to be bilateral. Going beyond bilateral to multilateral trading is crucial because it provides access to the lowest cost resources and offers the flexibility required to integrate variable renewables such as wind and solar PV. And also, I may add here that power system connectivity also presents challenges, and political will is crucial for its progress. Power systems are strategic, and political support is critical to ensuring that connectivity initiatives receive the necessary support to advance while remaining consistent with national policy objectives. Statements of support, intergovernmental agreements, and appropriate mandates for key stakeholders, such as utilities and regulations, are important, as are clearly defined and properly resourced institutional frameworks. To make progress on connectivity initiatives, it is critical to have up-to-date and relevant analysis. This will inform and enable the development of a common vision for increased connectivity and its economic, social, as well as sustainability benefits. Finally, while there are many opportunities for regional cooperation and action, context matters, and the nature of cooperation will vary based on opportunity and need. For example, cross-border power system connectivity makes less economic sense for most SIDS. Nevertheless, there is value in collaboration and experience sharing. For example, SIDS could work together to harmonize regulatory standards and practices to streamline supply chain and reduce the cost of technology. When it comes to ICT connectivity, many countries in special situations face unique challenges. Access rates to broadband are generally low, and affordable and reliable broadband and mobile coverage remain elusive for many, especially for SIDS. This is unfortunate because mobile connectivity could play an increasingly important role during and after natural disasters in these states. In contrast, LLDCs, particularly those in North and Central Asia, have more affordable access to broadband services, thanks in part to targeted government intervention. While the COVID-19 pandemic has led to a significant increase in internet usage across the region, there are still large gaps in digital infrastructure development, and these are key barriers to higher internet bandwidth capacity in LDCs, LLDCs, as well as SIDS. ESCAP is actively supporting ICT connectivity in these countries through the promotion of sub-regional cooperation and the development of a toolkit for assessing the most optimal corridor for the co-deployment of fiber optic cable with other road and railway infrastructure. There are several areas for policy actions and regional cooperation that can help to address their challenges. Governments in countries in special situations could, for instance, consider innovative PPP or the public-private partnership for digital infrastructure, as well as the deployment of low Earth orbit satellite internet services for remote areas. The Asian and Pacific Training Center for Information and Communication Technology for Development, one of our regional institutes, provides capacity building program and e-learning courses to train government officials on the adoption of digital technologies and application. Additionally, there is a need to improve people's basic understanding of how to safely manage and share digital data. Governments could strengthen education institutions, build regulatory policies that balance open big data with data privacy and protection, information security, and trust. Lastly, the lack of disaggregated data by gender hinders timely policy analysis and action, and more resources are needed to improve the collection, management, and secure use of data. In conclusion, I would like to highlight the following points as ways forward. The first one is that multimodal transport corridors including rail transport, can provide competitive long-distance connection. They can build upon the existing Trans-Asian railway networks and dry ports. These can also contribute towards the decarbonization of regional supply chain, given the lower emissions generated by rail transport. Secondly, power system connectivity is essential to realizing the potential benefit of sustainable energy. The endorsement of ESCAP's regional roadmap on power system connectivity represents consensus in our region on the potential benefits of increased power system connectivity. Thirdly, countries in special situations can benefit significantly from information sharing and learn from best practices examples in the area of innovative technologies for digital transformation. The Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway Initiative can be a regional blueprint for that purpose, as it can facilitate cooperative actions among members and associate members of ESCAP and is centered on bridging the digital divide and fast-tracking digital transformation. And finally, considering the large and persistent financing gaps in countries in special situations and the limited time left to achieve the SDGs, synergies must be sought between regional cooperation initiatives with the urgency of an effective climate change response at the core of such efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Executive Secretary. The Commission will now hear from ministers and other high-level representatives from least developed, landlocked, developing, and small island developing states. First, it is my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Mark Brown, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Cook Islands, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Your Honor, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, I am pleased to bring to your attention our 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. This strategy lays the foundation of our regional leaders' vision and will guide the development and prosperity of our region. Our 2050 vision recognizes the importance of creating accessible services and infrastructure to enable all Pacific peoples to participate and benefit from development outcomes. Technology and connectivity are key thematic areas of the 2050 strategy. As large ocean states and territories, we are custodians of nearly 20% of the Earth's surface. Our islands are spread across a geographical area of around 30 million square kilometers, which makes connectivity, both physical and digital, an essential need for us in the Pacific. We know that improved connectivity and communication can lower trade costs, improve efficiency, stimulate and push economic growth and development. These have a direct, immediate impact on our people's pockets, their ability to sustain their livelihoods and families. Our leaders have understood. They've understood that and remain guided by the needs of our people, especially the most vulnerable. Our leaders' ambitions is to ensure that the Pacific region benefits from access to affordable, safe, and reliable connectivity infrastructure, while ensuring culturally sensitive user protection and cybersecurity. Excellencies, we are committed to ensuring a well-connected region. That being said, we still have to face reality and the current challenges. For our small island communities, technology and infrastructure remain unaffordable, inaccessible, and difficult to maintain. The effective adoption and implementation of new and emerging sustainable digital technologies requires genuine partnerships, secure and timely financial investments, and appropriate regulatory arrangements that respect the region's shared values. Our key physical connectivity infrastructure needs to apply to air, sea, and land. We need roads, runways, ports, and cables. These are expensive investments that need to be maintained and refurbished or reinforced after every climate-related disaster. The per capita cost of investment in these key infrastructures are disproportionately high due to our small populations and diseconomies of scale. These climate-related financial burdens place pressure on our already limited resources, especially as we emerge from the drastic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, more than ever, our region requires financial assistance via mechanisms that understand our special and unique circumstances of small administrations and limited capacity. We cannot afford to engage in mechanisms that will not only set our region back further. Crucial industries, such as shipping, need to be supported towards a green transition with practical and funded measures that will not cripple our connecting routes between our different island homes and to the world, and place even further financial burdens on our people. This is our immediate concern, where connectivity equates to the survival of our most remote and vulnerable communities. On this note, I want to reiterate that I have advocated time and again that development financing, especially climate financing, should not be restricted or subject to national income status. It should consider the multiple vulnerabilities that we face as Pacific small island developing states. Going forward, we envision key strategic pathways that currently include governance, equity, education, risk reduction, and strengthened connectivity. We know we cannot implement the 2050 strategy and collective actions alone. We are using existing mechanisms like the regional SDG indicators and other Pacific relevant targets, such as the Samoa pathway, as a starting point. These existing mechanisms already demonstrate the importance of disaggregated data for decision-making and the need for appropriate resourcing mechanisms. Excellencies, we cannot stress enough on the importance of regional cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity. As Pacific Island leaders, we call upon our regional partners and those beyond to join our efforts and support our vision for our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now may I invite His Excellency Mr. Seve Paniu, Minister of Finance of Tuvalu, to deliver his statement. Honorable Paniu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies. Oh, no. Thank you, Madam Chair and Excellencies, distinguished participants. Talofa and good afternoon once again. I wish to acknowledge that the purpose of the special body this year is to bring forth policy messages specific to seamless and sustainable connectivity. This is important and relevant to the regions, SITs, and the LDCs, such as Tuvalu, as it can help us overcome some of our structural challenges, including small size, geographic isolation, and high vulnerability to climate shocks. As you may be aware, whilst Tuvalu may have met the economic criterion for graduation from the category of LDC, however, as a small island nation, we remain extremely vulnerable to climate change and natural disasters. Our economic and environmental vulnerability as measured by the United Nations Committee for Development Policy, CDP, is the highest in the world. Because of this, Tuvalu still remains in the LDC category. Tuvalu supports the call for an LDC graduation transition mechanism under the Doha Program of Action to support those countries that have newly graduated from the LDC category. Indeed, the impacts of climate change present a considerable challenge to our connectivity. Adverse climate impacts and natural disasters are impacting our maritime connectivity and causing damage to port infrastructure in our islands, as cyclones put our ports at great risk. We continue to face an urgent need for financial resources to increase our resilience. However, accessing development finance remains an uphill battle. As the background document of this agenda item, the Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023 highlights, new digital technologies and geospatial data will help enhance the resilience of small economies to natural disasters. For example, low Earth orbit satellite technologies could help bridge the digital divide with more efficient and quality internet connectivity for Tuvalu and other island states during and after natural disasters. However, we require urgent funding and technical assistance for these new digital technologies to be mainstreamed in the Pacific. I would therefore reiterate the importance of and urgent need for strengthening sustainable digital connectivity of small island states and call for enhanced regional engagement and coordination of development partners through regional cooperation mechanisms, such as the Asia-Pacific Information Highway Initiative. In this regard, I call on the international community for increased international assistance, both technical and financial, to continue fostering the sustainable development of our small states. One important opportunity will be to the conclusion of the Samoa Pathway in 2024. The Pacific Review meeting of the Samoa Pathway this year would provide a great opportunity for us to prepare for the 4th UN SIDS conference in 2024. We can learn from each other on how we have overcome some of the significant challenges and for examining priorities for SIDS in the Pacific for the coming development decade. ESCAP will be well placed to provide us with technical assistance in these preparatory processes. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Askar Champakin, Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovation and Aerospace Industry of Kazakhstan, to deliver his statement.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight the critical issues that require regional cooperation, particularly for landlocked countries, which are logistics, migration, cross-border trade and workforce flows, and labor shifts. Solving these problems will improve our cooperation and contribute to sustainable development. Landlocked countries face unique logistical challenges without direct access to coastal ports, hindering the efficient movement of goods and international trade. To overcome these barriers, we must create efficient transport networks and cross-border communications. This includes improving infrastructure, optimizing customs procedures, and introducing modern logistics technologies and processes. Digitalization plays a critical role in facilitating cross-border trade by streamlining processes, reducing paperwork, and increasing transparency. Digital platforms for trade documentation speed up the movement of goods, reduce corruption risks, and increase competitiveness. We have reached 28th position in the United Nations Global E-Government Development Index. For citizens, we introduced digital documents and digital identity, so no need to carry any paper documents. But why it is still needed for trade, for businesses to carry on documents? So we propose we have to cooperate within the region to promote regional platforms for trade facilitation and for customs. The space monitoring is another project which can enhance connectivity and ensure the sustainability use of resources. Satellite technologies enable efficient monitoring of transport routes, natural resources, and environmental issues. Joint efforts in these fields of space monitoring contribute to innovation and economic growth. Climate monitoring, which can be used with the help of an IoT and space monitoring technologies, is vital to sustainable development. The deployment of sensors and monitoring systems provide real-time data on weather conditions, water resources, pollution, emissions, and environmental general conditions. Informed decisions, climate resilience strategies, and climate change mitigation are the results of investments in these monitoring technologies. But each country cannot stay in its own, and we propose to cooperating with our neighbor countries within the region to introduce regional platforms for climate monitoring. To achieve these goals, regional cooperation is needed. Sharing best practices, experiences, and resources allow us to solve problems collectively. Collaboration between landlocked countries, coastal countries, and international partners lead to innovative solutions and greater synergies. Regional platforms and organizations promote dialogue, knowledge sharing, and joint initiatives. Solving the problems of logistics, digitalization of cross-border flows, the use of space monitoring, and investments in climate monitoring will contribute to sustainable development. We should seize this opportunity to strengthen regional cooperation, promote innovation. Central Asia as a landlocked region has undergone great changes. In the last 5 years alone, the volume of intra-regional trade has doubled. Trade of the Central Asian countries with the outside world is also growing dynamically. In 5 years, trade has increased by 54% and now stands at 167 billion US dollars. Trade is one of the main drivers of economic growth throughout the region. On the agenda of the government of Kazakhstan are issues of digital reform of customs service, the latest innovations and the role of digital enforcement, acceleration, digitalization of processes to increase transit potential and facilitate trade procedures. The region lays on a Silk Road, so we propose focusing mainly on these areas. We have so far launched an electronic customs declaration system. It helps to reduce time spent on completing the customs procedures for transit and placing goods under the customs procedure for release for domestic consumption. The common and sustainable cross-border system of transport, energy, and digital communications is the main condition of improving the lives of people in our countries. Simplification and rationalization of import-export procedures can reduce the cost of transporting goods, enhance consumer prices, contributing to the development of trade, the economic growth of countries, and the inflow of investments. Kazakhstan expresses its support and the highest interest in further cooperation in this direction. We believe that the establishment of UN Digital Solutions Center for Sustainable Development will play its own role in sub-regional cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now invite His Excellency, Mr. Beg Maret Ataev, Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Environmental Protection, Turkmenistan, to deliver his statement.
Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment of Turkmenistan, I would like to express our gratitude for the invitation to take part in this conference. And thank you also to the organizers for their excellent preparations. The countries of Central Asia are some of the most vulnerable to climate change, which affects the well-being of millions of people, essentially those who live in the rural parts of Central Asia. Considering the urgency of issues related to climate change, we have prepared a national strategy on climate change in our country, where we have defined an effective process for adaptation across all priority sectors, as well as effective measures to prevent effects of climate change. At the present time, we are preparing our fourth national announcement on climate change, as well as our first biannual review on climate change. We are modernizing our installations for environmental monitoring, improving our legislation, for instance, with draft laws for Turkmenistan on climate change, on soils, on energy efficiency and conservation. We have also prepared some draft instruments on renewable energies. One of the main tasks in our national strategy on climate change has been to update the National Forestry Program of Turkmenistan. In June 2021, we adopted a renewed national forestry program for 2021-25, which provides for the planting of at least 3 million different types of trees of different types. We have been successfully implementing our national plan for adaptation in the field of health for the period 2020-25. We are thus intensifying our sanitary and epidemiological surveillance across the environment. We would like specifically to draw your attention to the tragedy of the Aral Sea, which in terms of environmental and climate consequences, as well as social and economic consequences, is a direct threat to sustainable development of the region, to the genetic inheritance of the people living there today and in the future. In this context, the adoption of the resolution on the drafting of a special UN program for the basin of the Aral Sea will promote consolidation of national efforts of countries of the region and of the international community to better deal with the consequences of the environmental crisis in that region. We expect the special program to become a platform for multilateral cooperation and support for future initiatives in this respect. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellencies. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to bring to your attention that the interpretation service will cease shortly after the end of the allocated time, which is 1700 hours. If the meeting agrees, we may continue a little longer in order to complete the list of registered speakers. Does any delegation have any objections? I see none, and we may thus continue after 5 o'clock. Well, it's 1 minute to 5 now, but we will continue. Now I'm pleased to invite His Excellency, Mr. Akbaya Nayamjo, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Mongolia, to deliver his statement. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Dear Madam Chair and distinguished delegates,
I'm very delighted to have the opportunity to address the special body meeting on the least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island states being held in the margins of the 79th session of the ESCAP. This platform provides us with an ample opportunities to discuss the effective ways of addressing the challenges faced by Asia-Pacific countries in the region and beyond. Mongolia highly values the collaborative efforts of landlocked developing countries aimed at strengthening their common interests in addressing their special needs. As these countries lack territorial access to sea, they face serious constraints in terms of economic development, such as limited integration into regional trade and market access. In addition, landlocked countries are facing increased challenges due to COVID-19 pandemic, particularly in the transportation sector. In response, the government of Mongolia has implemented the new recovery policy, with one of its primary goals being the improvement of road, rail, and border point infrastructure. To achieve this goal, Mongolia aims to launch pilot projects to simplify and operationalize a single window service, starting with Mongolia and China border and later expanding to other trading partners. As such, we are willing to share our experiences and collaborate with others in this regard. We are pleased to note that the landlocked developing countries have been actively participating in the activities of the International Think Tank for Landlocked Developing Countries, which is based in Ulaanbaatar. Regional support is critical for landlocked developing countries to achieve export diversification, value addition, infrastructure development, capacity building, and expanding market access opportunities. We are confident that the special body will help to address these issues further. Madam Chair, I would like to emphasize the significance of the ESCAP's flagship Asia-Pacific Countries with Special Needs Development Report 2023. The report focuses on the importance of the regional cooperation on seamless and sustainable connectivity to facilitate the long-term transition to a net zero carbon future. It also identifies the need for countries in special situations to seek synergies between transportation, energy, and digital connectivity initiatives. The release of this report is a significant step toward addressing the challenges faced by the Asia-Pacific countries and highlights the importance of collaboration and shared efforts to achieve sustainable development goals. Mongolia is committed to actively participate in the preparation of the third UN Conference on Least Developed Countries in Rwanda in 2024. The review of the implementation of the Vienna Program of Action for the decade 2014 to 2024 will provide an opportunity to assess the progress made towards the sustainable development of landlocked developing countries. It is crucial that all stakeholders come together to address the special needs of those countries and ensure their economic development. In June of this year, our government will host the World Development Forum, which is the International Trade Center's annual flagship event. The theme of this year's forum will be trade-led solutions to the challenges posed by multiple crises, including conflict, climate change, and rising costs for developing landlocked, least developed countries with special needs. Distinguished delegates, the Framework Agreement on Facilitating Cross-Border Paperless Trade in Asia and Pacific is an important initiative for promoting trade facilitation and reducing trade costs in the region. The agreement aims to simplify and streamline trade procedures by enabling the exchange of trade-related data and documents electronically. This will help to reduce the time and cost associated with the traditional paper-based trading process, which can be especially burdensome for landlocked developing countries. By acceding to the agreement last year, Mongolia has taken an important step toward improving its trading connectivity and reducing trade barriers. Last but not least, I'd like to inform that Mongolia, with Fiji as co-sponsor, has submitted the draft resolution entitled Supporting the Sustainable Development of the Least Developed Countries, Landlocked Developing Countries, and Small Island Developing States in Asia and Pacific at this year's Commission session, urging development partners to commit providing concrete and substantial support to the countries with special needs. In conclusion, I'm confident that ESCAP will continue to play a crucial role in enabling us to address development challenges faced by countries in special situations and to contribute towards their sustainable development. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I now would like to invite His Excellency Mr. Korm Ribon, Secretary General of the National Committee for ESCAP of Cambodia, to deliver his statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure and honor to address you today during this special body to share with you the challenges and opportunities facing Cambodia to enhance connectivity including the transport, energy, and telecommunication sectors, and how the newly adopted Doha Program of Action for LDCs could be effectively implemented in Cambodia as well as in the region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thanks to peace and stability, Cambodia made remarkable progress in areas such as poverty reduction, infant mortality rate, and education, which are important indicators of development. However, economic diversification, job creation, and infrastructure development are crucial for the country maintain its development momentum and achieve sustainable graduation from LDC status. More importantly, Cambodia still faces several challenges related to enhancing connectivity, particularly in the transport, energy, and telecommunication sectors as it approaches graduation from the least developed countries category when supports for LDCs dries out. In the transport sector, the country road and rail networks need significant investment to improve their quality, connectivity, and capacity. Additionally, the transport sector needs to be streamlined to ensure efficient, affordable, and sustainable transport of goods and people within and across borders. However, on the positive side, this is also an opportunity for Cambodia to develop its ports and airports to become regional hubs and initiating public-private partnerships to help finance and manage infrastructure projects. The country can also enhance regional connectivity by developing transport links with neighboring countries, including Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and Myanmar. In the energy sector, the country still relies heavily on fossil fuels, and renewable energy sources has only recently started being used. Cambodia has great potential for hydropower and solar energy, and investing in those renewable sources can be a game changer in energy sector. Additionally, improving energy efficiency can reduce the need for new capacity and lower energy costs. In the communication sectors, Cambodia has made significant progress, especially in mobile phone infrastructure. However, access to internet is still low, with only around 15% of the population having access. Investment in telecommunication sector is crucial to enhance connectivity and bridge the digital divide in Cambodia. The country faces several challenges in this sector, including adequate infrastructure in remote areas and low competition in telecommunication market. To expand access and reduce costs, the government could consider promoting competition and private sector investment in the sector. Cambodia has significant opportunities in enhancing connectivity across various sectors, as mentioned, including transport, energy, and communications, but it also faces challenges. The government has made significant effort in improving infrastructure and promoting private sector investment to ensure long-term sustainability of the country's development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share our thoughts on how Doha Programme of Action for LDCs could be more effectively implemented. As you may be aware of this, the Doha Programme Action is a 10-year action plan that aims to support sustainable development of LDCs by addressing their challenges such as poverty, underdevelopment, and vulnerability to external shocks. The effective implementation of the Doha Programme Action requires multi-dimensional approach involving various stakeholders such as governments, civil society organizations, development partners, and international organizations. Here are some potential strategies that could add in the implementation of the Doha Programme Action in Cambodia and perhaps the region. First, enhancing trade relations. This could involve strengthening regional trade agreements, exploring new trade partnerships, and addressing non-traffic trade barriers that could hinder the export of goods and services. Second, addressing infrastructure challenges. The implementation of the Doha Programme Action should include investment in building critical infrastructure to facilitate trade and ensure the efficient movement of goods and services. Third, encouraging foreign investment. LDCs rely on foreign investment to finance their development, and the Doha Programme Action emphasizes the importance of attracting foreign investment. Fourth, supporting human capital development. LDCs have a significant skill gap, and the Doha Programme Action calls for measures to advance human development. And fifth, engaging with development partners. Partnerships with development organizations such as the United Nations and the World Bank could provide essential resources and expertise to help LDC implement the Doha Programme Action. This could involve supporting initiatives such as technical assistance and capacity building and access to finance. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, finally, may I conclude by expressing my strong hope for a strengthened multilateralism with United Nations at the core to galvanize international solidarity for the global community to success in accelerating climate action for sustainable development, advancing peace and shared prosperity for all. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rabaun. Now I'm pleased to invite speakers from international organizations to share insights on the importance of South-South and sub-regional cooperation and on how to address persistent financing gaps in countries in special situations. First, may I invite Mr. Sefania Nawandra, Director General, the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, to deliver his statement.
I'll be brief because of the time constraint. And much of what I need to say has been said by our Pacific leaders. A few points I would like to emphasize. The first is because of the special or the different context that we face in Pacific small island developing states, we have had to strengthen our own sub-regional organizations in the Pacific using UN language to be able to address and coordinate our issues both at international negotiations and with national implementation. We have strong regional organizations in the Pacific. There's a need to strengthen the connections with the United Nations. This is strong in some areas. Within the SPREP campus, we host the sub-regional offices of the World Meteorological Organization and the UN Environment Program. But in other areas, we recognize that we need to strengthen the linkages, and this was emphasized by our leaders in the 2022 leaders meeting. And we had a special session where we had a discussion between the Council of Regional Organizations of the Pacific and the UN agencies based in the Pacific. I hope that this will lead to increased engagement. A challenge for engagement with ESCAP is the lack of Pacific representation in the region. We only have 2 missions that are able to engage with ESCAP. There's an opportunity with the sub-regional office of ESCAP being based in Suva, and now 11 out of the 14 Pacific Island countries having missions in Suva to strengthen this engagement. And I hope that this is an opportunity that will be taken. The other issue that was raised in our side event on Monday is the opportunity at this forum to have constructive engagement with other sub-regions within our Asia-Pacific region. This is something that I hope that the ESCAP will consider in upcoming forums so that we can discuss issues that are common to us as a region, and also issues like we face in climate change, where the most vulnerable countries that are members of the Council of Regional Organizations in the Pacific, or represented by the Council of Regional Organizations in the Pacific, and the Asian region, where much of the emissions come from, can sit down together as a region to discuss issues of importance that we can address together. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nawandra. Now I invite Mr. Tafere Tesfakiu, Acting Managing Director of the United Nations Technology Bank for the Least Developed Countries and member of the Committee for Development Policy for the United Nations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen. Madam Chair, given the limited time, I wish to use my 3 minutes to introduce to you, audience, the work of the UN Technology Bank for LDCs, a relatively new organization that the UN General Assembly established nearly 5 years ago to assist countries that are classified by the UN as the least developed of developing countries. The primary mandate of the UN Technology Bank is to assist LDCs to build local technological capabilities and utilize new and emerging technologies to solve persistent development challenges. In line with this mandate, the support provided by the UN Technology Bank is shaped and implemented through the following 3 pillars of work. The first involves conducting country-specific technology needs assessment to map out the state of science, technology, and innovation ecosystem in LDCs, appraise their absorptive capacities, and identify the specific development challenges that require technological solutions. This is a useful tool for matching specific problems with technological solutions and for ensuring that the needs of LDCs for relevant technology are addressed through well-informed and systematic appraisal of countries' needs and taking into consideration their own national development strategies. To date, the UN Technology Bank has completed the technology needs assessment of 14 LDCs, including in this region, more specifically Bangladesh, Cambodia, Bhutan, Timor-Leste, Kiribati, Nepal, and we will be launching the technology needs assessment of Lao PDR, hopefully in collaboration with ESCAP. The second pillar involves identifying appropriate technologies for transfer to LDCs, working closely with technology providers, development partners, private sector actors, and institutions that are willing to share with LDCs specific technologies or technical know-how. Currently, our support focuses on 4 areas: digital skills development, secondly, technologies for building environmental and climate resilience, and agriculture and food systems, and the fourth one, technologies related to health sector. The third pillar of technology bank's work focuses on capacity building at a national level to ensure that the technologies transferred are sustainable and that LDCs develop the technological and innovative capabilities required for seamless and sustainable development and to catch up with other more developed countries. We know that technology alone will not solve the diverse and countless social, economic, environmental challenges facing LDCs. But as acknowledged in the Doha Program of Action, innovation and advances in science technology, guided by sustainable development goals, can be useful to drive the LDCs and other structurally challenged economies such as LLDCs and seeds along more sustainable and equitable development pathway. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the power of science and technology and what can be achieved when international community comes together to find solutions to a common problem. Sadly, however, it has also shown us that the inequality and the sharp divide that still exists in the ownership and application of science and technology. This imbalance must be corrected because it has become increasingly evident that with careful and strategic application of new technologies, countries with special needs now have the opportunity to tackle the causes of their structural impediments, reduce poverty rapidly, and catch up with more developed countries, while at the same time tackling climate change and positioning their economies on a more sustainable course. However, they cannot seize these opportunities without the support of international community and official development assistance. Thank you for your attention, Madam.
Thank you. Next, may I invite Mr. Dogun Damdin Odd, Executive Director of the International Think Tank for Landlocked Developing Countries, to deliver his statement.
Last but not least, and thank you all for staying until the finish. And thank you, Madam Chair, Vakita Otaikamano, for your leadership for least developed countries and landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. And Your Excellencies, ministers and ambassadors and distinguished delegates, it is my privilege to participate in this special session for least developed countries and landlocked developing countries and small island developing states. International Think Tank for the Landlocked Developing Countries is the only intergovernmental organization of the landlocked developing countries with a goal of to use top quality research and advocacy to improve the ability of landlocked developing countries to build capacity with a view to benefiting from international trade, including World Trade Organization's negotiations with the ultimate aim of raising human development and reducing poverty. Your Excellencies, according to 2021 World Trade Organization study, the average trade costs in LLDCs are 1.4 times higher than that of coastal developing countries, and even more in some countries, which clearly will have adverse impact on LLDC's integration into a global economy, not to mention their sustainable development. The numerous COVID-19 related restrictive measures, cross-border transit, freight transportation, and additional inspections and never-ending delivery delays exacerbated already vulnerable LLDCs and continue to increase trade and transportation costs. Today, I would like to draw your kind attention to the current challenges facing landlocked developing countries in the fields of transit, transport, and connectivity, which are specified as two of the priority areas of the Vienna Program of Action for landlocked developing countries for the decade 2014 to 2024. Currently, landlocked developing countries have entered a critical stage of the post-pandemic recovery and are facing major difficulties such as a disrupted supply chain, food and energy shortages, and pressure of increased inflation. With the cross-border and transit transport sector still facing significant operational challenges, there is a soaring need to strengthen transit transport connectivity and to lay a solid foundation to post-pandemic recovery to better promote sustainable economic and social development in LLDCs. As a primary mode of transport for both freight and passengers, road network plays a critical role in providing access to and from LLDCs. The Road Connectivity Index, developed by the World Economic Forum, that comprises of two elements, a measure of the average speed and measure of the road strengthness, is higher in some African LLDCs and Eastern European and Central Asian LLDCs, while Eastern Asian LLDCs are shown to be a low performer with a road connectivity index of less than 60%, most likely due to the topography of the countries. In terms of road quality, LLDCs have generally a relatively poor road network when compared to their transit neighbors, where they continue to lag behind the global average. Hence, road infrastructure in LLDCs desperately need a high-level investment. After road, railway is the leading transport mode for most of LLDCs. Despite the geographical position of many Asian LLDCs as transit countries between Europe and Asia, the low rail network density shows the huge investment gaps in these types of infrastructure. Under the framework of the Intergovernmental Agreement on the Trans-Asian Railway Network, which so far 6 Asian LLDCs have ratified, the Trans-Asian Railway Network is being slowly improved. 10.5% of the Trans-Asian Railway Network still needs to be constructed, where several other projects in order to close the missing links with 920 kilometers long railway are ongoing or currently completed in several LLDCs. It is estimated that more than 46,000 kilometers of railways would need to be constructed in LLDCs to reach a global average of rail network density. Next, air transport has a vital role in promoting connectivity among LLDCs. The airport connectivity indicator of the International Air Transport Association in LLDCs is less than 50 out of 100%, indicating their limited air connectivity, most probably because the majority of the airports in LLDCs receive a limited numbers of flights a week. There are all well-known common challenges faced by LLDCs in the struggle to increase their air connectivity, such as need to liberalize air transport services, sufficient financial resources to finance the improvement of aviation infrastructure and their policies, the need to improve airport infrastructure related to support services such as passenger terminals, freight sheds, cold storage facilities, as well as security and handling systems. A shortage of skilled manpower to manage aviation infrastructure and airport operations. Within the framework of the working paper A41 WP/61, titled Improving Air Connectivity in LLDCs, submitted by the Mongolian government and other representatives of LLDCs to the 41st Assembly of International Civil Aviation Organization. The international think tank continually cooperates with the ICAO and permanent representatives of LLDCs to coordinate a policy towards promoting air connectivity, aviation liberalization, and reducing air transportation costs in LLDCs. The parties are well aware of the fact that stepping up capacity building and technical assistance in support of air transport in LLDCs is most critical, including immense investment and improved private sector involvement. The international think tank experts stress the need to conduct the analysis for a specific market and to organize a conference to approach and get the support from the airlines and governments in specific countries with major hubs. 5 Asian LLDCs have ratified the Intergovernmental Agreement on Dry Ports. There are 44 existing and 28 potential dry ports are situated in 10 Eurasian LLDCs. Establishing dry ports adds to the number of benefits for LLDCs and has high economic prospects as activities are moved from coastal area to inland. Dry ports can increase the logistical performances of LLDCs as dry ports are at the heart of multimodal transport systems and reduces transport and trade logistic costs as customs clearance can be done at the dry ports to relieve capacity constraints at seaports. It has positive impact on the environment through the promotion of intermodality transport sector. The major challenges facing development of dry ports in LLDCs include securing the funding to cover the high initial costs for establishing the facility, determining good locations with adequate network of road, railway transfer points, and inland waterways, shortage of skilled manpower to manage dry port operations, and lack of coordination between different stakeholders. The existing and development of transport corridors constitutes a new opportunity for LLDCs to access the sea and participate in global trade. It has the potential of lowering trade costs, thus increasing trade leveraging investments, creating employment, thereby reducing poverty. The UN ESCAP developed a web-based tool of the simulator of the integrated infrastructure corridors. The case of landlocked developing countries and the international think tank cooperated and verified the operationalization of the simulation tool that determines the most appropriate model for development of new integrated infrastructure corridors. The knowledge product includes an in-depth research and methodology on identifying and developing promising infrastructure corridors in the view of co-deployment of the ICT, energy, and transport infrastructure, and multi-stakeholder partnerships that is of a great importance for landlocked developing countries. LLDCs need to facilitate deep integration of emerging technologies such as big data and artificial intelligence with the various transport industries, export digital and intelligent transport solutions to achieve seamless, sustainable, and resilient connectivity of transport. ICT development and digitalization is a key contributor to a country's development. Increasing aid for trade and directing climate change financing to sustainable transport infrastructure projects in LLDCs should also be highly prioritized. Investment in multimodal transport systems that offer consistent and uninterrupted cross-national connectivity will reduce climate emissions, while the concerted involvement of private sector is reducing the public investment burden. The lack of adequate financial resources, capacity constraints, and magnitude of the required resources to invest in infrastructure development and maintenance remain a huge challenge facing LLDCs in their efforts to achieve sustained growth and sustainable development. As landlocked developing countries face unique challenges owing their small economic size, limited resources, or geographical location in the harmonious and sustainable transport, energy, and digital connectivity across the countries is essential to improving the lives of people and to achieving the SDGs and priorities of the Vienna Programme of Action for landlocked developing countries. It is also an important tool to accelerate climate actions in these countries. For instance, improved multimodal transport connectivity can allow for the use of more environmentally friendly modes of transport. Greater energy connectivity can accelerate the more cost-efficient deployment and integration of renewable energy, and enhanced digital connectivity can assist them in assessing green, innovative, climate-adaptive solutions. Your Excellencies, let me conclude my stressing again the importance of enhancing the physical transport infrastructure and reliable transportation by simplifying transit procedures through automation and digitalization, and harmonizing customs procedures, policies, and regulatory frameworks of the LLDCs and transit countries in the region, mobilizing more funding and technical support to close the LLDC's infrastructure and digitalization gap, and successful implementation of the trade facilitation agreement and railway agreements in the region are of the utmost importance in accelerating the implementation of the Vienna Programme of Action and SDGs in the landlocked developing countries. And the LLDCs and the international organizations should maximize their efforts to develop greater cooperation with transit countries in developing regional transport corridors to promote the smooth and sustainable transport connectivity. For this purpose, the LLDCs are recommended to utilize the international think tank for platform and capacity to achieve optimization of the regional integration and cooperation at the international level. And thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Damdin Ord. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I now open the floor for brief country interventions. I would like to urge all speakers to limit their interventions to 2 minutes. The first speaker is the Honorable Dr. J. Kat Raut, a member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, and to be followed by the representative from Thailand. Dr. Raut, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I feel deeply honored to be a part of the 79th Commission session and get this vibrant platform to share my thoughts on the status of Nepal's LDC graduation, its impacts, as well as preparation for a smooth transition strategy in the backdrop of its graduating in 2026. Nepal was first included in LDC categories in 1971 and is graduating by meeting the threshold pertaining SAI and EVI, but without meeting the GNI per capita criteria in 3 consecutive triennial reviews in 2015, 2018, and 2021 of CDP. In recent triennial review to 2021, Nepal's GNI per capita is still to be under the thresholds, and SAI increased to 75 from 71.2. On the other hand, EBI has decreased to 24.2 from 28.4 as compared to the second triennial reviews in 2018. Madam Chair, UN General Assembly on 24 November 2021 adopted a resolution declaring that Nepal, along with Bangladesh and Lao PDR, would graduate from the LDC category with a 5-year preparatory period. Nepal has received an additional 2 years to the normal 3-year preparatory period, so I am confident that such an extension of preparatory period will allow Nepal to work towards diversifying the options for financing, utilizing the trade measures, and bolstering the readiness of business sector for competitive trade following graduation. LDC graduation has been one of the most prioritized agenda of all subsequent periodic plans and policies in Nepal. Graduation from the LDC is undoubtedly a matter of pride for the country, and it would transmit a positive message to global community about Nepal's development prospects. But Nepal will lose international support measures provided to LDC and have a remarkable impact on trade and tariffs. Considering these factors, the government of Nepal has taken different initiatives regard to preparation. The National Planning Commission is the focal agency for coordinating and handling all the activities regarding LDC graduation matters. An LDC steering committee chaired by the vice chairman of NPC comprising relevant line ministries and other stakeholders, including representatives from the private sector, has formed and been providing the required directions on this arena. Now we are in the process of formulating a smooth transition strategy with consultations and feedback from the sectoral ministries, provincial and local government, as well as the development partners and other significant stakeholders. Similarly, a virtual and in-person peer exchange among the graduating countries, primarily Bangladesh and Lao PDR, has also been held on regular basis. Recently, our government and ESCAP jointly organized the sub-regional workshop on structural transformation towards sustainable graduation from LDC category. Madam Chair, Nepal has implemented the Istanbul Program of Action from 2011 to 2021. In this period, remarkable progress was made in the area of poverty reduction and other social indicators. However, a lot remains to be done in the area of economic growth as well as infrastructural development. Pulling people out of poverty and decreasing the inequality has been foremost priorities of our government in the past several decades and now. Furthermore, the Doha Program of Action 2022 to 2031 has provided significant opportunities for achieving accelerated economic development. We are focusing on all the 6 key areas of Doha Program of Action, such as investing in human capital, supporting structural transformation, leveraging technology, and so forth. Being a landlocked, least developed country, Nepal will face more challenges than other graduating countries, such as isolation from world markets and high transit costs. So there is urgent need to emphasize overcoming the structural challenges of economy and working towards product diversification and market diversification to grasp the untapped potential. At this juncture, I urge all the development partners and stakeholders as well as the broader international community to extend ISM and continued cooperation towards resilient and sustainable graduation. Madam Chair, I believe that deliberations made in this event will facilitate the envisioning of effective and comprehensive cooperation mechanism and in furthering the cooperation in this sub-region. At last, I hope we all should work in a collective manner to ensure that graduation is smooth, meaningful, irreversible, and sustainable. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Raut, member of the National Planning Commission of Nepal, for your statement. The next speaker will be Mrs. Uraret Shavento, Director General of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, to be followed by the representative of Timor-Leste. Mrs. Shavento, Director General of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, despite our collective efforts to achieve the ambitious Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, and rising geopolitical conflicts have set back decades of hard-won development gains. The development gap is now widening between the within developing countries. The situation is much more challenging for least developed countries to sustain the criteria of graduation. Thailand is a strong advocate for global partnerships in assisting LDCs and SIDS to reach the SDGs through South-South and triangular cooperation. As part of our commitment to SDG 17, over the year, Thailand has actively engaged with LDCs and SIDS in all regions to support their graduation journey and prepare their smooth transition strategy. Thailand's current international development cooperation strategies aims to promote physical and software connectivities, as well as smart and sustainable capacity building in 4 areas, namely food, health, job, energy, and environment. Our strategy always embraced the sufficiency economy philosophies, our homegrown approach, and biocircular green economy model, which we believe will ensure a more resilient and sustainable future. We are proud to be a partner with a UN agency also in advancing the global agenda for sustainable development through South-South and triangular cooperation. In September last year, Thailand was honored to co-host the 11th Global South-South Cooperation Expo in Bangkok. The event provided an invaluable forum to exchange new ideas, share adaptable solutions, reinforce existing networks, and build new partnerships for development cooperation. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, sustainability will provide a solid foundation for our shared security, prosperity, and future. It can only be achieved through our common resolve and collective efforts. In closing, I would like to reaffirm Thailand's strong commitment to further strengthening partnerships for seamless connectivity and development with LDCs, and SIDS in driving forward the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Shavento, Director General of Thailand International Cooperation Agency, for your statement. The next speaker is His Excellency Mr. Martin, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Timor-Leste to ESCAP, to be followed by the representative of Lao PDR. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In the past 2 decades, Timor-Leste have made significant achievements on its institutional reforms, political stability, and social reforms through improving legislation in various sectors and economic recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic. The main key development areas are in the public infrastructures, namely national roads, electricity, and main international ports and airports, and regional airports. Other infrastructures developments, such as water and sanitation and health facilities, are still underway. Despite all this infrastructure improvement, Timor-Leste continues to share similar challenges with many other least developed countries and the small island developing states in terms of its human resources development. As an island state, Timor-Leste is populated with majority of youth, and therefore the country is facing many challenges in meeting the competing priorities and creating jobs for the youth while ensuring the development of quality infrastructures, education, and health. The government is working on finalizing its accession process into becoming the WTO and the ASEAN member to open its market to regional and global trading system. For this purpose, there are many policies that need to be reformed and adapted in order to promote economic growth, foreign direct investment, and meeting the UN SDGs as well as Timor-Leste's National Development Agenda of 2011-2030. One example of how government progress with the policy is evident on its implementation of transport sector development. This policy was implemented with technical assistance from the Asian Development Bank in bringing new diversification of economy through institutional reform that can provide efficient service to Timorese people. That support was also extended to open up land transport cross-border services to boost the country's tourism industry. Today, Timor-Leste and Indonesia is implementing a cross-border bus and coach service from Dili, Kupang, Dili, where tourists can visit Timor-Leste and Indonesia at the same time. Aside from land transport, the country have also signed many air services agreements with many countries in the region and Middle East. The maritime transport sector is also progressing with the ratification of the IMO conventions that facilitates the operation of Tibet port into complying with the international best practices standards. The transport sector reform continues to progress in a rapid speed to facilitate economic diversification efforts. In the energy sector, Timor-Leste has concluded bilateral agreement with Australia to develop one of the country's major oil and gas fields. As a new country, the current parliamentary election will determine the destiny of our nation in defining how the country is moving forward. Our well-connected Timorese people have many tasks ahead to complete in order to graduate from the LDC to a developing state. With a productive youth and new digital mobile connectivity throughout the islands due to policy and communication that was introduced in 2011 to liberalize this market. Today, mobile accessibility of technology is a day-to-day life of many Timorese, backed by the communication operators, namely Timor Telecom, Telkom of Indonesia, and Viettel of Vietnam, among others. The above two sectors of transport and communication have improved significantly despite continued challenges of infrastructures and limited qualified human resources to synchronize with domestic legislation to facilitate that over 85% of the population today have access to electricity, and the improved roads are expanded to 500 kilometers of national and 950 kilometers of municipal roads being constructed and rehabilitated. In terms of telecommunication coverage, has also been expanded to 97% of the country's island territory. Timor-Leste has also reached agreement with Australia to build the undersea cable for high-speed internet, which is expected to be operational by the end of 2024. There is also a modern and fully automated new Tiber Bay port that have been for service recently in the late 2022. It is the most critical sea transportation infrastructure ever built in Timor-Leste through the PPP regime between the government and the private sector investment. Despite this progress on development of key infrastructures, there are still numerous challenges that continue to persist due to limited qualified human resources to respond to the work demands from various sectors of development in the country. The government is working on a timetable in its accession to the WTO to design a smooth transition from LDC status to prepare for synchronization of domestic regulation to WTO rules. In this effort, the government continued to explore collaborative solutions with all its development partners to address existing domestic regulations, challenges, and preparing a personnel mapping through the Foreign Affairs Ministry to adopt professional recruitment in meeting the WTO and ASEAN necessity accession commitments. In this process, Timor-Leste, as LDC, continues to improve its bilateral and multilateral participation in attending capacity building through various assistances provided by its development partners. And as LDC, it is important that Timor-Leste gain from technology transfer from most developing states through implementation of its concessional finance and other opportunities available for many other LDCs in order to close the existing professional human capacity gaps in meeting key SDGs goals in order to also facilitate the low carbon transition once it graduates from LDC in order to envision for a future new energy policy in line with many other developing areas. I thank the UN specialized agencies for continuing to extend their support and guidance to Timor-Leste to move forward graduation from LDC status. On this mission, we require your strong support for our government in formulating a smooth transition strategy that can be integrated into our existing development plan, especially post-accession to WTO. We appreciate your support in strengthening our government institutional capacities to facilitate a structural transformation and productive capacities that will remove this plethora of challenges towards achieving all UN SDGs goals. Thank you.
I thank His Excellency Ambassador Martin, Permanent Representative of Timor-Leste, for his statement. The next speaker is Mr. Supeno Wong, a Deputy Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Laos, DPR, to be followed by the representative from Indonesia. Mr. Supeno Wong, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, as shown in the report, progress has been made in the Asia-Pacific region. However, the ongoing impact of the multidimensional crisis remain prominent in the region and put countries with special needs at the most vulnerable than others. To the end, it is necessary for the international community to continue helping the least disadvantaged countries to overcome their challenge, thus putting ourselves on the path of inclusive and sustainable development. Being both LDC and LDC, the Lao PADR attaches the great importance to enhance its connectivity through infrastructure development, trade facilitation, digitalization, sustainable energy, and cooperation with the transit neighbor, with an aim to transform into a land-linked country and a logistic hub in the sub-region. Our government is working closely with the all relevant stakeholders to formulate the smooth transition strategy to ensure our sustainable graduation from LDC status by 2026 and we continue to work and cooperate with all partners to implement the international agenda for the development, such as the SDG, DPOA, VPOA, ASEAN Framework, Belt and Road Initiative, and so on. However, the support from the international community are still needed to ensure that the Latvia do not fall further behind regional peers. Madam Chair, in conclusion, I wish to reaffirm the Latvia commitment to working with all stakeholders to uphold multilateral cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stoop. Honorable Wong, Deputy Director General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Laos DPR, for your statement. The next speaker is Ms. Raden Siliwanti, Director of the Multilateral Financing of the Ministry of National Development Agency of Indonesia, to be followed by the representative from China. Ms. Siliwanti, you have the floor.
Honorable Madam Chair, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, as stated in the report, Asia-Pacific countries in special situations have inherent structural weaknesses that hinder their development progress. This issue must be addressed with seamless and sustainable connectivity that can promote sustainable development. We agree that the COVID-19 pandemic and the crisis in Ukraine have heightened the importance of connectivity. In this regard, we commend the effort of several regional cooperation initiatives for seamless and sustainable connectivity. We believe that national level's actions should synchronize with and benefit from regional cooperation measures and initiatives. Development strategies and policies for national connectivity should integrate transport, energy, and ICT while ensuring the sustainability aspects and based on quality infrastructure investment principles agreed in G20. In Indonesia, we have launched various initiatives to improve the country's connectivity while promoting sustainable development. Furthermore, under the G20 Indonesia Presidency 2022, we have committed our support for developing countries, including least developed countries and small island developing states, through the G20 Roadmap for Recovery and Resilience for Developing Countries, including LDCs and small island developing states, with focus on 3 focus areas of green and blue economy, macro small medium enterprises, and adaptive social protection. It is also important to note that financing gap and urgency of climate change response must be placed at the core of such efforts. In line with this, we call for increased funding support from international community to ensure success of regional cooperation initiative. In this regard, under our G20 presidency last year, Indonesia also urged the importance of innovative financing in accelerating the SDGs achievement by 2030 through a set of blended finance principle called G20 principle to scale up blended finance in developing countries, including LDCs and small island developing states. Lastly, we appreciate the Asia-Pacific countries with special needs Development Report 2023 focus on role of transport, energy, and digital connectivity as a catalyst for sustainable development. We firmly believe that the development of seamless and sustainable connectivity in the region is critical for social economic progress of the Asia-Pacific countries and special situation. In conclusion, Indonesia supports the recommendation highlighted in the report, and we are ready to share and to work with our fellow Asia-Pacific countries to strengthen regional cooperation for seamless and sustainable connectivity. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siliwanti, the Director of Multilateral Financing of the Ministry of National Development Planning of Indonesia, for your statement. The next speaker is the representative from China, and to be followed by the representative from the United States of America. The representative of China, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the countries in special situations should be given special attention in the course leading to the 2030 Sustainable Development. Keep on board the countries in special situations for common development and prosperity is an important manifestation of the leaving no one behind. And Asia-Pacific countries should hold fast to the spirit of unity and solidarity and multiple cooperation in help countries in special situations to address challenges and promote sustainable development for all. And we should stay committed to the true multilateralism. Developed countries should effectively fulfill their commitment on official development assistance by increasing financial and technical support for countries in special situations. It is important to promote South-South cooperation to increase experience sharing and mutual assistance among developing countries. We should also facilitate the development of an open economy in Asia and the Pacific, reject protectionism and unilateralism, and create a favorable development environment for countries in special situations. We should implement trade facilitation and aid for trade measures by increasing investment in countries in special situations to promote economic growth. And we should strengthen global and regional cooperation, continue to give priority to development, and help countries in special situations effectively address urgent challenges such as climate change, food and energy security, and financing for development. Ladies and gentlemen, China has always firmly supported countries in special situations in their development by carrying out cooperation with these countries in various areas under the framework of South-South cooperation to promote the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. China has fully implemented the G20's debt service suspension initiative for the poorest countries and have taken tangible actions on debt relief by providing the largest amount of debt payment suspension among G20 members. China and countries in special situations have worked together on the Belt and Road Initiative to improve infrastructure and enhance connectivity to strengthen the capacity building. Through the China ESCAP Cooperation Program, China has provided financial support for the ESCAP Secretariat project on related projects to help the least developed countries in the region to enhance their development capacities through structural transformation. China would again to reaffirm our commitment to work with ESCAP members and all partners to actively promote the implementation of the Doha Program of Action, the Vienna Program of Action, and the Program of Action for the Sustainable Development of Small Island Developing States in Asia and the Pacific, and help countries in special situations to address these challenges in a joint efforts to promote sustainable and inclusive development for all in our region. I thank you.
I thank the representative from China for his statement, and the next speaker is Ms. Betty Chung, the Deputy Head of Mission, Director for Pacific Islands, the United States of America. Ms. Chung, you have the floor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Warm aloha from Manila. I'm very honored to join you for this important session. The United States attaches exceptional importance to our relationships and the needs and priorities of countries in special situations, and we are committed to working together to advance progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. We're proud to be among the largest and most consistent partners to LDCs, dispersing around $11 billion annually in official development assistance. As noted by prior speakers, 2024 will be a pivotal year as we prepare for the 3rd UN Conference for Landlocked Developing Countries and the 3rd UN Conference for Small Island Developing States and discuss their decennial programs of action. The United States is proud to have been active participants in the negotiation of the Doha Program of Action and the LDC-5 conference, and we are equally committed to achieving successful outcomes with the SIDS and the LLDCs. We recognize that the obstacles to achieving the SDGs have never been greater, and international cooperation alone will not be enough to overcome these challenges. We must expand sources of finance in line with the commitments made in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, including boosting domestic resources and scaling up private sector investment by improving enabling environments and using blended finance, sustainable development bonds, and other mechanisms. Towards that end, the United States is vigorously pursuing actions to assist our LLDC, LDC, and SIDS partners globally. In the Asia-Pacific region, in particular, please allow me to highlight our efforts specific to the Pacific Island countries, many of which I'm very pleased to see are well represented in this forum. The 2022 U.S. Indo-Pacific Strategy reinforced United States support to the Pacific Islands region. At last year's U.S. Pacific Island Countries Summit in Washington, D.C., President Biden announced several commitments, including expanding our presence because we know and have heard directly from our Pacific Island partners that presence matters. In addition to new U.S. embassies in the region, we will launch a new USAID Pacific Islands mission in Suva, Fiji, where we will oversee programs in Kiribati, Nauru, Samoa, Tonga, Tuvalu, Marshall Islands, Micronesia, and Palau. We will also elevate our presence in Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and Vanuatu. USAID is also strengthening our alliance and partnerships with other development partners and crop agencies such as PIF and SPC. The United States Pacific Partnership Strategy is closely aligned with the PIF's 2050 strategy for the Blue Pacific continent. For those of us who live in and travel to the Pacific Island countries, it is clear that climate change is an existential threat, and it is a priority area of focus for USAID support to the region. Most notably, USAID's Climate Ready project is helping Pacific Island countries to become more environmentally and disaster resilient to protect the lives and livelihoods of their peoples. To date, Climate Ready has helped Pacific Island countries mobilize more than $500 million from various international funds. Climate Ready has also supported the Pacific community's accreditation so that it could directly access the Green Climate Fund. USAID has also supported improved management and sustainability of coastal fisheries across the region, including SPC's Pacific Coastal Fisheries Management and Compliance Activity, and natural resources management and biodiversity conservation, particularly in Papua New Guinea and Solomon Islands. The United States looks forward to working more closely with our partners as we address critical challenges together to make a positive impact in the region. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Betty Chang, U.S. AID, for your statement. I would like to give the floor now to Ms. Rabab Fatima, Under Secretary General and High Representative to LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS for some final remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm very aware of the lateness of the hour, but I shall be brief. I want to thank the ESCAP membership once again for having this dedicated session for the countries in special situation, the LDCs, the LLDCs, and the SIDS. And I thank you very much for your very useful suggestions and recommendations. I'm taking away very important messages and policy directions from this region. I also thank ESCAP for the report. I believe it has very useful findings and recommendations on digital energy and transport connectivity, all very relevant for these groups of countries, especially now as the LLDCs and the SIDS prepare for the next program of action for the next decade. And I believe the report will be an important contribution in identifying evidence-based priorities and actions for the new programs of actions. Madam Chair, we will be back in the region for the regional review meetings for the SIDS, the fourth SIDS conference, and the LLDC's third LLDC conference. The one for the LLDCs will be in Bangkok here, and for the SIDS will be in Vanuatu. Both of them will be in August, when there'll be further opportunity to have a focused discussion. And I look forward to working together closely with ESCAP and other partners in the region, such as the Pacific Island Forum and other stakeholders and member states, to identify and outline your priorities and means of implementation. Madam Chair, if I may briefly respond to graduation, three member states referred to it, and I would like to thank the distinguished delegations of Nepal, Laos, PDR, and Timor-Leste for highlighting the challenges of graduation. But I will also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Nepal and Laos for having met the final criteria for graduation and certainly well on track on the graduation pathway. And we also take note of the strong aspirations of Timor-Leste to move towards that goal. While we recognize that it is encouraging that almost all LDCs of the region have met the graduation threshold, we also recognize it will be very challenging for most of them to ensure smooth transition during the preparatory phase and to tackle the post-graduation challenges. The graduated countries are also likely to be doubly disadvantaged, both due to the loss of LDC-specific special and differential support measures and the impacts of the ongoing crisis. And I think there are certainly some graduation blues in many of these countries, and what is critically important is to see how we can match the political aspirations of graduation with some of the hard realities on the ground. But the good news is you have all agreed and adopted the Doha Program of Action, which aims to ensure an incentive-based international support structure for graduating and graduated least developed countries. And this includes support for their smooth transition from development and trading partners, as well as the United Nations system to make graduation sustainable and ensure post-graduation development momentum. To facilitate that, my office is now working with the CDP to further strengthen a sustainable graduation support facility, the iGrad. I mentioned about it in my opening, with very specific support lines, six of them to be more precise, to graduating and graduated countries, including one for enhanced monitoring during the graduation pathway. So graduation will remain a very strong priority for my office and other UN partners and other development partners for the graduating and graduated countries from this region. As I mentioned earlier, Asia remains an inspiration. The Asian LDCs remain an inspiration for the LDCs in Africa. And in fact, they are waiting to learn from you how you have made it to this point. So we will remain engaged with you, and we look forward to working closely with you in taking forward the important agenda of graduation in this region and supporting your efforts. I shall rest it there, Madam Chair. Thank you, distinguished member states, distinguished members. My office and all of us will remain engaged with you in the coming days in the implementation of the Doha Program of Action, but also as we prepare for the LLDCs and the SITS conference next year. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. This concludes our discussions under Agenda Item 3. We will resume the discussions tomorrow, Wednesday, 17th of May at 10 o'clock, Bangkok time sharp, to take up Agenda Item 2C, special session on catalyzing climate financing and investment. Thank you, distinguished delegates. The meeting is adjourned.